44 months until Zeke drives the desert bus.
What's up, everybody? Fuck you. Fuck me. Fuck you, some bitch. Oh yeah. Are you ready for some speed runs?
No, actually, I am going to do a speed run. I'm going to show you guys something that I found out yesterday for my mold rise speed run. My record was, I think my PB was 226.58. $226.58. But I found out something yesterday. And I wanted to show you guys that I can beat that time. Suppose I'll get on screen here. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to play Below Rusted Gods today, which is just released yesterday. I've had it on my wish list for a minute, and I can't remember if I played the demo of this or I just saw a really cool trailer of it, but it's been on my wish list for a while. And it looks really cool, but who knows? I think I remember a little bit about it. It seems familiar, but I'm not positive. Oh, Fingo, is this your game? Really? Yeah, it's been on my wish list forever. Apparently. Oh, S-Proxy. I remember S-Proxy. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, S-Proxy, the top down. The twin stick, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one looked really cool. So we're going to play that. But before we play that, I do want to show you guys this, the apparently after it's been on my wish list forever really sells it. Hey man, that's the thing. I'm not promising I'm going to play this the whole stream. I'm not promising anybody I'm going to play this the whole stream. I'm just going to see if I like it. It looks like a game I'd like. It's priced right. It's $7. Or for me, it was $6.47 because I had the other game. But I thought it was worth taking a look, and it looks like it's right up my alley. But we do have backup games in case we don't jibe with it. We've got Incident Galley House and Desktop Explorer to check out if it doesn't jibe. Vincent, thank you for the 43 months. Wow, damn, dude. You almost been here 4 years. Holy shit. Can't believe it's been that long. Lash also with 44 months till Zeke drives the desert bus. You're gonna get there, man. You're gonna get there. Vincent with a gifted sub to Mighty Rabbit. Hell yeah. Yes, it's Vincent's actual resub. Their personal resub. Do you have an electric or a gas lawnmower? Oh, electric. I have a it's funny. It's called an Ego. I have a bunch of Ego stuff, and I am really satisfied with it. It's really good stuff. I have a Ego mower. I have a weed whacker. I know Max has a leaf blower. But yeah, they're really great. I like them a lot. Give me your favorite. Well, my favorite right now has got to be. It's an easy one.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Conch.
That one is an easy one. Yeah, my current favorite is an easy one. Vincent giving a sub to Big Ego. Hell yeah. Yep, big streamer Ego. Yeah. No, it's like Ego, like electric go. It's very clever. It's a very clever name. But, okay, just real quick, if you want to tune out for 5 minutes and then come back and you don't want any mold rise, well, you're not going to get any real spoilers because I skip everything. But I found something else. I found something yesterday that I wanted to share with you guys. I did do a speed run of this, and I got 2 minutes and 26 seconds, 58 milliseconds. But I can do better than that, because you can do it without talking to the janitor. Without talking to the janitor. You can do it talkless. All right, where is my... There it is. Okay. Okay. So you can do it completely without talking to anybody. So tune out. If you don't want spoilers for this game, tune out. So I'm just going to do this once. Well, maybe once. Hopefully once. All right. This is something I found out. There's another fuse you can get without talking to the janitor. All right. Ready, set, go. Good soda pickup. That's a good soda pickup. Gotta remember the code. 889. In that barrel right next to the fucking elevator fuse box, there is a fuse in there. 889. Oh, there's a coin on the floor? Oh my God, Flash, you're gonna make me do this again because there's a coin on the floor right outside your door? I've never picked that up. In all my runs, I didn't know that was there. I never picked it up.
Stay with me. It's all right. Don't look back.
Time.
There you are.
225.81. New PB.
The wind's better up here. That's the part that matters.
New
Feel the
PB.
air.
225.81. Let's go.
Good. Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
Yeah, this is just the preamble before we get to the main game of the day. I just wanted to show you guys there was one, but there's another skip. There's a coin right outside your door. Okay, I gotta check that coin. I gotta check that coin. That 889 was a good code though. That was a beautiful code. Jelano, thank you for the 10 months. Vincent gifting sub to Beth Freeman artist, thank you for that. All right, hold on. I gotta look for that coin. I didn't even know there's a coin out right outside my door. Where is it? I've never seen it. Oh my God, I never knew that was there. Holy shit, that's a game changer. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. That's a reset. That's a restart. That's a restart. Not a good soda pickup. Missed the soda. 3, 2, 1, go. That was okay. I had to pause for like 3 frames, but it was okay. Okay. 3, 4, 6. Ah, God damn it! A restart. That's a restart. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. That was perfect. Perfect soda pickup. That pizza's a heavy reset point. 635. Six, 3, 5. Six, 3, 5. 6, 3, 5. 6, 3, 5. Got it. Got it. Terrible. Terrible gate. That was a terrible gate check. Fuck. Thankfully, you don't have to reset. Like the numbers. You can just type them in. Yep, I fucked it up. Fucked it all up. My foot is squishy. My foot's getting real squishy.
Come up with me. Follow me upward. I'm waiting for you.
Time. 1 second. 22483. New PB. 22483.
Up here.
God, stupid fucking gate key. That gate code was terrible.
Feel the air move. Good. Now the hard part's mine.
What do you need the coin for? To get to go in the elevator one time. Yep.
You've earned the quiet.
Dude, sub 220 totally doable. You think? You think I wasted 4? I don't think I wasted 4 seconds on that elevator. All right, I'm gonna try one more time and then we'll call it. One more good run and then we'll go to the main game today. Three, 2, 1, go. Ah, you prick!
Pay 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 pay.
Thank you. 3, 2, 1, go. Perfect. Two 4-0. A little bit of time lost, I think. A little bit of time lost. Okay, okay. We got to remember this. 2-4-0. Two for 0. We can't use the key to enter the elevator. We don't have the key. Every run starts from 0, from nothing. You have 0 in your inventory every time you start a run. Run's dead. Fuck it. Okay. Maybe I'll try again some other day. Not today. 224 is still my PB for now. For now. Oh,
This is Coke Carnage. This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to whistle the Coke Carnage. Make sure to.
Oh, well.
Oh my God!
What have I done? What have I done? No! You should register your PB.
Congratulations on
Yeah, I
being
know.
in
It's
the
just
next
it's such a
Sunday
hassle.
YouTube video. Z.
Thank you, Pete, for the 500 bits. Yeah, I know. No time's posted as of now. I get it. Yeah. So I should take a VOD. If you want to take a VOD of that, make it easy for me, Scott. Send it to me. That'd be great. Oh, you know what? Since the ad break's going, we can do one more. We can do one more. Ad break's going to start here in 20 seconds. We can do one more. And then we can get to the other game. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. The shit part about it is also like I'm clicking the timer with my mouse hand. So I have to go back to my gaming mouse. So I'm probably losing a second just by doing that. No, I didn't hit the vending machine. Are you kidding me? Three, 2, 1, go. Yes, I know. I do have a foot pedal that I could hook up, but this I'm not doing this like for realsies. That was terrible. Terrible. Terrible soda pickup. Terrible. Three, 2, 1, go. Bad can pickup. Bad can pickup. That was good. One, 4, 7. One, 4, 7.
Pee pee poo poo.
Yeah, it's just down the left
TV.
side, isn't it?
Happy Friday, losers.
That is, yep. That's perfect placement. We love it. We take those.
Follow me upward. I'm right here. Come where I am.
Oh, sub 220, let's go! We did it! 219.75, let's
The
go!
wind's better up here. That's the part that matters.
World record sub 220, let's go!
Good. Now the hard part's mine. Rest. You've earned the quiet.
There we go. We did it. We got our sub 220. Vinza giving a sub to world record coolest person. Guy Tax, thank you for the 12 months. And Charlie Coog with 91. Pete, thank you for the 500 bits. Congratulations on being the next Summoning Salt YouTube videos. You're welcome. Thank you, Goody, for the 81 months. Jelana with 10. I think we're caught up. Yeah, we're caught up. All right. Now we're going to go to the real game of the day, which is Below Rusted Gods. You are the lifeline supporting an expedition into the unknown. Keep both yourself and your squad alive by interpreting instrument readings, explore the facilities, and uncover something ancient and eager to be born. Oh, you bought Archon Soul because of me? Well, that's great, low life. No, I know. Speedruns.com does not have a run of it. I know. I'm going to submit it if I can and maybe get on, you know, my first ever speedrun world record. Yay! But yeah. We'll see. All right. This game came out yesterday. Developed and published by From South Games. It is $7.19 on sale. Let's check it out. World record or PV? Well, there's no times posted, Worsty. So ostensibly, I have the world record, but we'll see. Vin's giving a sub to Influencer Influenceable. Influenceable. Oh, use headphones for the best experience. Good thing I am. Hell yeah, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Let me open that up. Oh, press any button. Oh, that's another thing. Like, the speedrunners have to agree when the game starts. So it might be from the door opening or you gain control of your character. Usually it's gaining control of your character, right? And then the end is losing control of your character. And that's how I timed it. I don't even know if that's gonna, I don't even know if it's gonna be valid, but we'll see. We'll find out. Oh, and the rules on the Mold Rise page, it said when you gain control of your character. Cool. All right, this game features an autosave function. Do not turn off your PC. You got it. Okay. Below Rusted Gods. Okay, what are my options? Motion blur. VHS effect, VHS display. We'll see if we hate it. Camera movement smoothness. No, thank you. Ugh, I hate that. Okay, quality. Good. Is it TAA we want if it's available, or we can do DLSS? I thought TAA was the one we want. We want DLSS. Okay. Oh, DLAA. Okay. Oh, there was head bobbing? Oh my God, head bobbing. Oh, jeez, I didn't even see it. I thought it would be a toggle. Good Lord. Oh, DLAA. There we go. Okay, cool. Should be good then, right? Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Now I don't have to hear you bitch about head bobbing. I hate head bobbing. I hate head bobbing worse than I hate motion blur. I don't really hate motion blur all that much. I'd rather not have it, but if it is on, it doesn't bother me too much like it bothers a bunch of other people. But head bobbing for sure bugs the shit out of me. There's only one instance where I prefer head bobbing, and it's not in gaming. Volleyball? Oh, I'm controlling it. What's with this? Oh, I'm doing it. Hold on. Let me see what it looks like without VHS effects. Oh. There we go. Okay. Honestly, that parallax was bugging me.
You're a cunt!
Or whatever that
What's the
effect is
difference
called.
between a knife and a girl's argument?
What?
A knife has a point.
Squad mission registry. Registry code table. Sergey 224B. Dutch B. Request validation codes if the origin of the communication is in doubt. We'll take a screenshot of that. Oh. Okay, so I can pick up literally everything. Well, maybe not everything. Operator's tasks. Monitor calls. Each button on the intercom is linked to a squad member. Monitor medical station. Check the status of your comrades. I did play a demo of this, I think. Prevent issues and report them immediately. Access conversation log. Located to the left of the intercom in case you forget important details. Use radar. On the right side of the intercom, useful for tracking your comrades' location and detecting a strange presence. Use a radio and video feed located behind the intercom. Useful for receiving audiovisual information. Finally, always trust the administration. Yes, copy that, Commander. This is Operator. Received, Operator. We are ready. Proceeding to initiate communication test protocol. You should receive a call from each squad member. Understood. I've checked everything twice. We're green on the technical front, operator. Checks complete, over. Oh, incoming call. All is calm and serene. Mikhail is ready to continue the path ahead. Dutch here. All medical supplies are ready and secure for the mission. Operator here, received. We hold position. Already begin the ascent. Loud and clear. Okay. There it is. The big hole. Descent log. Access to the well has been achieved without incidents. The tunnel structure seems solid and no immediate risks have been detected. Copy that. Oh. Okay. Immediate reset. Got it. Cool. That is a go, no-go situation, no-go. Dimitri to operator, testing communication systems. All systems remain operational. Over. Understood. Monitor medical station. Okay. This is the medical station. Wait, oh, there's, okay, Dutch, Mikhail, Dimitri, Sergey. Yeah. We continue the incursion in accordance with the established protocol. Oh. I put it in my zipper, in my pants, I guess. Okay. Okay. Tape. I want to listen to a tape. Ah, there we go.
That is not so. One God, Shima said.
Everything started exactly 1 year, 3 months, and 13 days ago, around 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone felt the cold when the cavity opened in the pit. When I say everyone, I mean everyone within kilometers around. It's difficult to precisely determine the range. Jesus, sorry.
Wanneer de reeks raadstwalk. Nieuwe duitsche iets bestje. Niet staat stroom betekent tegen het schamen. De macho.
Sorry.
Shutter. My shutter.
Sorry about that. My microphone cable is being a little shit for some reason.
That is not so.
Okay. One more time. Everything started exactly 1 year, 3 months, and 13 days ago, around 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone felt the cold when the cavity opened in the pit. When I say everyone, I mean everyone within kilometers around. It's difficult to precisely determine the range, as it's a sparsely populated area. We had never seen the cavity in any measurement, with any instrument, even now. I think we did something terrible. Progress toward the objective continues as planned. No anomalies have been detected in sensor readings. Monitoring equipment has not registered any significant changes. We maintain constant communication with the base. Understood. Operator, there's a slight margin of error in Dimitri's blood oxygen readings. Could you verify on the medical terminal I left connected in front of you? To your right, if the values are correct. Awaiting results, over. Stand by. Oh, it's fake Russian? Oh, that's funny. Blood oxygen, 98.6%. As far as I know, that's pretty all right. Oxygen levels for Dimitri waiting an update, over. Values are between 95 and 100%. Understood. Proceeding to recalibrate the instruments to resolve the issue. Thank you, operator. Operator, this is Mikhail. We are advancing with caution and efficiency. There's no cause for concern. The operation continues without any hitches. Understood. Operator, we've reached an area where the tunnel structure has changed. Visibility has dropped significantly due to a dense fog. We're proceeding with extreme caution, increasing the lighting. It might be a good idea to consult the rest of the team. Remember, as long as we're marked active on screen, we're always available for you to call. Roger. No news here. Commander, is the fog a problem for the mission? Negative. The mission proceeds without delay. A simple fog would not prevent us from completing our objective. We are prepared for anything. Duchess, the fog Dimitri mentioned safe. So far it isn't dangerous. We'll keep the mask on just in case. Mikhail, what do you think of the fog? They're a bad omen, operator. This unsettles me. The signs should never be ignored. Okay. Operator, this... I mean... I don't really know how to explain it, but... we've reached something that resembles a door. Proceeding to transmit a video feed to the operations room. Do not open it, wait for instructions. Okay. To the... right here. There we go. Okay, that looks bad, I think. But it doesn't look as bad as this.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
Find any good barbecue places yet down there in Texas, Zeke? I mean, yeah, a couple here and there, but let me tell you this. Katie has learned. She has made it her mission to make barbecue ribs on the cheap. And we can have fucking phenomenal ribs for like $11. Like, we get HEB ribs, bring them home, slow cook them all day. It's the best ribs I've ever had. I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. She is, like, amazed me at how good she is with meat. Excuse me. It amazes me how she continues to improve herself when it comes to meat. Okay, so we saw it. I don't know what to tell him. Do I just tell him to open it? Fuck. Waiting your orders, operator. Well, it's either open the door or just stay not open. Wait, maybe I consult with my other team members? Oh, there you go. Yep. Any apparent danger at the door? I couldn't know that, operator. Perhaps you should consult with Dimitri or Mikhail. For medical matters, I'm always okay. Sure, I get it. I get it. You're a doctor, not a door guy. About the door, operator. This, God help us! I don't recognize the symbols on the door. It looks extremely ancient. If only it would take months. It's wrong. It's also wrong. You losing it, bud? Scan the door before opening it. There we go. Okay. I'm guessing we probably don't see him scan it. Scan is complete. The door posed no apparent threats and seems functional. However, it's strange to find it here. Its presence here makes no apparent sense. Loud and clear. All right. Go ahead and open it. It looks like... Should we open it, operator? Yep. Do it. This was a bad idea, wasn't it? Understood. Proceeding. Oh. Did I? Okay. Oh, is that bad? It looks kind of bad. There's fog rolling in. I'm not sure what to do. We're inside already. The mission continues as normal. We'll stay in touch, operator. Understood. All right, is there a... Is there a way I can just press the button without pressing and holding it every time I want to, like, cut off? Oh, we can go fast. No, we better not go fast. I have to read it out loud. Yeah, it would be under accessibility, right? Yeah. Operator, I have some frequency readings on my device, but it's hard for me to hear them while I'm here. I'm going to redirect the received signal to your device, connecting the transmitter now. Loud and clear. Door's open now. Okay. Transmitter online. The yellow light on the radio behind you should be on. Try tuning to frequency 5. Okay. Awaiting confirmation. Over. Roger. Okay. Yellow light. Nope, I can't click that. Oh, there we go. What the fuck? Okay. Transmitter online. The yellow light on the radio behind you should be on. Try turning to frequency 5. Some aqueous body dripping, yeah. Understood. Keep the transmitter connected. It would be a good idea to check it frequently as progress in case we pick up any signals relevant to the mission. Over and out. Okay, so that's not creepy at all. Look down. Okay. Oh, what's this? Maria's log file. Maria Novikova. Maintenance services. Subject stable. No abnormalities observed. Maria shows good performance in her maintenance tasks. No signs of fatigue or stress. Minor complaints of general physical discomfort recorded. No cause for concern. First observation of erratic behavior. Maria reports trouble sleeping, mentioning recurring nightmares, still functional in her task. Confusion lapses observed during her shift. Maria starts talking about the shadows in the hallway. Psychologist assigned. Emotionally unstable state. Reports of growing anxiety and episodes of paranoia. Maria expresses fear of being watched constantly. Subject becomes aggressive when asked to take medical leave. Decisions made to proceed with experimental intervention. N14 as last resort. Experimental procedure approved. Maria transferred to containment area for pre-evaluation. Psychiatric condition continues to deteriorate. N14 intervention completed. Results still uncertain. Subject behavior under continuous observation. Oh, I keep that one though. Okay, I'll keep that, I suppose. Ew. Gross. Oh. Oh, they locked it? Oh, look, another one. Oh, that's where they go there. Oh, okay. All right. Let me out. All right. Shadow vagina looking good. A little gaped, but okay. Situation normal. Should I start talking? All right.
Lando.
My name is Maria. I'm 26 years old, and I started working here last semester. I'm happy to be here. I know it's tough, and we're isolated from everyone. It'll be a few more months, and then I can go back home. I miss my parents a little, but I do this for the money. We need it. Oh, yesterday I heard rumors in the hallways, you know. I overheard one of the bosses from the research sector, the one we're supposed to pretend doesn't exist.
Что-то не существует.
It seems they found something. I know you asked me to talk about everything that happens to me in these sessions. I don't know if it's useful, but here goes. Strange noises are heard during the night. They're very odd. Maybe it's just my imagination from being inside these facilities for so long without seeing the sun. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Trash Hunter! I'm used to the prairies, you know? It's very strange. They shouldn't be working so late, don't you think? Those noises are a bit scary. Don't you hear them? I mean, you're also here in the facilities like the rest of us. That is not good. Operator, we continue the descent. I'll report back soon. Over. Copy that. The Dwarf with 47. Thank you, Dwarf. Also, Paler, thank you for the 200 bits before that. Dimitri's note. I tested the radar's consumption. The proper value should be 7%. I don't know what that means. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. Okay, we got a call. Whoa. Excuse me, operator, but I feel like we're interfering with the divine will. Opening that door was a mistake. Perhaps we should abort the mission and reconsider our steps. Recede. We must keep moving, comrade. The mission stays on course. Who is this? Command, medical, tech, and who the fuck is this? The company man? Like the Burke? We're requesting instructions. The path splits in two. Left or right, operator? Hold on, Commander. I'm checking my terminals for relevant information. Am I? What's the red blip? Oh, she's back to her place. I'm reading this and it looks like on the left side there's a red blip. Maybe. I don't know if you're going up according to the radar at all. I have no idea what's going on. Technical diagram of personal light and communicator. Personal communicator 5%, lamp consumption 5%. Okay, so that's going to be important. So that's 5%. Radar is 7%. I don't know. I don't like this calm. It's like the silence before an ambush. Path on the right seems more appropriate. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. I have no idea where you are. The radar tells me basically nothing. All right, we'll report back soon. As far as I know how radars work, you are the center dot, and the other dots are the things around you, right? So this radar makes absolutely no fucking sense. Egocentric much? Yeah, and I don't know the distance between the circles. I don't know where I am in relation to these guys. I don't know where they are in relation to like what they're like the tunnel they're going down, because it's like they're going one direction, right? Operator, this is the team. We're all fine. I think we took the right path, but we heard something strange coming from the left passage. Confirmed, we're not alone down here. Give us a few minutes to regroup. Stand by for instructions. Instructions. I don't even know what the fucking goal is here. I think I'm just supposed to keep you guys alive, perhaps? Condition stressed, you think? Alerted, sure. Okay, so I just, yes, I think we did a demo of this a while ago. Something feels off about this column. Stay alert, team. Understood. God protect us in this ominous silence. All set to act. I hope these medical supplies won't be necessary. Logging it, but continue. Operator, the tunnel has grown much narrower and damp. We see something at the end of this corridor, a sort of opening where light comes through. I'm getting closer. It doesn't feel like rock. It's warm and wet. No, I don't want to touch it again. Okay. It's soft. You touched it again. Like old flesh, it opens when we approach. As if it knows we're here. I don't like how it gives way as we pass. As if it's opening for us, swallowing us. We're going through the opening. Oh, October 2024. So I did play it 2 years ago. Wow, okay. Damn it, disgusting. It's like being inside a body. The air is scarce. There's a smell of iron. That's blood. Maintain protocol. I'm going to lick it, confirm. I'm scared. I woke up very frightened last night. I fell out of bed and my whole body hurts. Is this just the cleaning lady, by the way? I have memories. They had taken me to the lower floors and I was probably dreaming. Something's happening to me. I don't know what it is. I tried to let my superior know, but he's ignoring me. He seems more scared than I am. My stomach hurts and I'm nauseous all day. I can't sleep since last week. God, please, doctor. You have to do something. People are going. You came to visit me in my dorm room, doctor. Thank you. I can't move anymore.
Спасибо.
My stomach is growing. It hurts. I feel like my body is breaking. Going, doctor. Okay. Good heavens, operator.
This is co-carnage. Make sure to use co-carnage.
Reporting a hazardous entity, humanoid figure in a fetal position. What have I done? God damn it, Heldon!
Hey, Zeke. It was over 95 degrees again today. If I leave my oven on at 86 degrees with the door open, will it cool down the apartment? That's 35 degrees and 30 degrees, by the way, in non-stupid units.
That should work. I would suggest doing that. Go ahead, open your oven and leave it at 86 degrees and cool off your house. I think that'll work. Genius, man. That's genius. Thank you for the bits. Good heavens, operator. Reporting a hazardous entity, a humanoid figure in a fetal position, partially fused with the ground. Its proportions and bones don't appear human. The skin is torn, the eyes open but dry. It looks like a statue, though one finger trembles as if it's trying to scrape at the membrane covering it. Understood, I guess. So why aren't they taking video as they go? Oh my God! There's something in the doorway. It's fucking big. Whatever it is. All right, I think I'm done for the day. Let me go home. No, I want to go home. No, please let me go. Severance me out of here. Okay. Let me just read this again. Yeah, maintenance services. So Maria is just a maintenance person. The cleaning lady. We're getting all her files, all her audio files and shit. This some SCP type shit? I mean, sort of. It's like maybe a little SCP, a little Lovecraftian. Just, you know, terrors in the deep, dark cave. I mean, what does that guy look like to you? The guy in the doorway. I don't know. I was gonna say it's SCP. Yeah, you know me. You can't run. Well, it's not gonna stop me from trying, Fingo. By the way, Fingo is one of the devs on for this game and on the oh shit, I'm full screen, right? It does not like to be alt tabbed. There we go. On the From South Games team. I assume it's a team. I don't know. This thing. Oh, you're two people. Wow, okay. This thing, it's writhing. I'm going to try and get a closer look. It's trying to scream, but it has no mouth. Oh, nice reference. I have no mouth, but I must scream. I understand, but you must keep going. I guess. How you doing? Everybody, oh! We're picking up a yellow blip. Condition disturbed. Oh, I hate that I have to fetch the data every time. I have him in sight. He's praying, but not to the sky. He's praying to the ground as if what he worships were buried there. Are you all right? Anything to report? Nothing to worry about, operator. Okay. Now he's smashing his head against the floor nonstop. He's splitting his head open on the ground. Operator, the room is collapsing. It's coming down. We have to evacuate this room immediately. Soldiers, fall back. Get out of there. The way we came is blocked. There's only one route left to get out of this room. We move forward. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Well, I can see the presences, like the red dot, the yellow dot, stuff like that. I can totally see that. The radio and video feed located behind the intercom used for receiving audiovisual information. Yeah. Yeah. That's the radio right here. Radio and visual feed. Oh, you think the center of the radar is the one with the scratched off name? That would make sense. That would definitely make more sense. Okay. Okay, so they're not seeing any... There's no other presences that the radar is picking up at the moment. Then there's this guy who he's just hanging out in the doorway there. Any other tapes or anything I missed back here that have suddenly strangely appeared? Can I please have some milk? I'd really like some milk right now. Milk was a bad choice. Oh, what did you eat? We keep moving, advancing with caution. Things are very different here. It's clear these formations aren't natural. I know it sounds strange, but there are whispers in the walls, everywhere and nowhere. It's impossible to understand what they're saying. Breathe, Dutch, you're doing fine. Operator, please take care of the team. Michaela's in a worrying state. Do you have any observations on this? Give me a minute and I'll call you again. Hallowed be thy name, deliver us from evil. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Operator, we trust you. Please be careful. Our lives are at stake. Copy that. All right, what's up? There are symbols, operator, symbols on the walls, an indecipherable language, but they're insulting us, mocking us. I'm not afraid of you. Do you hear me? Question mark? Sorry, operator. I didn't want the rest of the team to hear me. This person. Mikhail shows strange values in his readings, yet he behaves normally. I'll keep an eye on his condition. Don't worry. I understand, but you must keep going. Okay, Mikhail. Does he look weird? Vincent giving a sub to Dan's Gaming. Disturbed but normal. No weird presences on the radar. That guy's still making his way out. I don't know what to do with this until someone tells me. Nobody's calling on the telephone. Oh. Oh, this went dark. Well, that's fun. Okie dokie. Okay. Well, that was fun. What is this? Is this just another cave that we, like, barricaded off? Because it looks like that, but behind, you know, concrete pillars. Oh, everybody's calling. All right, let's talk to the command first. We're losing our bearings. Everything looks the same down here. Where are we? Are we going in circles? Understood. I can't take this place anymore. It's like a nightmare. Team! Did you see that? Was it real? Tell me it wasn't real. That smell, it reeks of death. It isn't normal. Operator, are you sure about this path? I feel like something's not right. Operator, why did you send us here? What is this place? Copy that. The team is desperate. Dutch is shouting. He says he saw death in the darkness. This isn't possible. The walls are changing. As if they were alive. No. They're only shadows. Shadows and lies. We will complete our objective, operator, even if they bury me down here. Yep, copy that. The administration should order an evacuation. We're in imminent danger. This is madness. No training can prepare you for this. We're rats in a trap. I want out. Tell them to get us out of here. Tell them we want to live. These voices, do you hear them? They speak horrible things. They lie, deceive, promise, blaspheme. Logging it, but continue. My hands. They won't stop shaking. This is too much. I don't understand. The voices. The voices are saying things about us. Let's maintain protocol here. In fact, let me give you some soothing music.
Hi, my name is Coco Conch.
Did that help your mood? It should. Okay. Alright. No strange presences. Guy's still looking like he's A little apprehensive about coming through the door. You know, like the nerd going to their first prom. Standing in the doorway going, I probably shouldn't.
Zeke creep.
Yo, Large Pixel with 73. Thank you, Large Pixel. Operator, there's something you need to know. I can't explain everything now, but if you don't take this into account, it could be too late. Listen closely. What we've discovered down here changes everything. This isn't simply an anomaly, it's... Oh my God. It's a ghost? Old Man Wembley? Well, I mean, touch it. Here, throw a mug at it. Can I throw the mug? No. Oh, I can go through this. Oh my God. Okay. Hi. Work is a matter of honor, glory, courage, and heroism. That is the biggest keypad I've ever seen. That's like my grandpa's iPhone. Full on RC with 112 months. Thank you very much. Nope. Nope. We need big stuff to see it properly. Oh, hey, camel. Another collectible. Green lights, the electrical distribution is appropriate. Yellow lights, the electrical distribution is incorrect. Possible instrument failure. It will be necessary to manually adjust the consumption values for each receiver according to the requirements of the equipment they carry. Use the plus and minus buttons on the panel to increase or decrease the electrical load assigned to each receiver. Each increment decrement changes the distribution by 5%. Warning, risk of death. The regulator must never exceed 100% capacity, otherwise it will cause an electric discharge. When performing manual reconnection from the receivers, the authorized technician must ensure the values are properly distributed. Otherwise, the imbalance can generate an electric discharge. Fun. Oh, this receiver is damaged, unlike the others, and requires twice the energy. Okay, I don't know what to do with this yet. Well, these are all our guides. Oh, and they keep covering this one up. So we don't know what his station is. Hello.
666 years to sub-choose one streamer and community that I always appreciate and cherish, Z-Club.
Thank you so much, Wax, for the 6 years resub. I guess we're just going to ignore this. Okay. Sure. Oh, well, that's not good. Where were you, operator? We lost communication. The situation is critical. Listen carefully. Mikhail is missing. He was right here next to me. A minute later, nothing. No tracks, no signal, no echo. There's no way he could have left without us seeing. This isn't a mistake. It's not a communication failure. You heard him just a few minutes ago, didn't you? How is he supposed to just cease to exist? Yep, looks like he's out there on his own. And I'm looking at Mikhail. Oh, no signal. No signal from the guy. All right. I've been in ambushes. I know what chaos sounds like. This wasn't that. This was nothing. An ominous silence. When the light returned, he was already gone. Mikhail sometimes spoke to himself. Numbers, phrases we didn't understand. Maybe he heard something we couldn't. The generator made a different hum. I hadn't heard it before. I don't like that sound. Understood. He did. Thanks, Pete. Thanks for breaking up the tension. He didn't run. He didn't scream. No one heard him. He's just gone. I've seen men disappear in combat, but this... Hey, operator, just to leave a record. If I disappear, please don't let them put my name in one of those cold gray files. At least make something up that sounds epic. Okay. If there's something you know and you're not telling me, now's the time. We're in the dark and I'm not talking about the light. I have no answers. I want an immediate protocol. Full inspection of all equipment. Now. Maybe he left a message. Maybe he tried to contact you. Check the logs. We saw nothing here. We heard nothing. But he's gone. And that, operator, pisses me off. Understood. Proceeding with full analysis. The truth lies deeper. Your God doesn't want to look here. You must save yourself, Mikhail. Leave them, abandon them, turn back, walk away, escape. You are in the darkness. Your heart will burn. There is no time. Authorization confirmed. I am the voice. I am the voice. I am the voice. Trust me. Haven't you noticed how he looks at you? He hates you. He's not who he claims to be. Leave quietly. Okay, wait. There we go. That's when I stopped talking. There you go. This isn't just a simple anomaly. It's... Mikhail, separate from the others. Go down the dripping corridor. You will find clarity there. The others are compromised. You're the only one I can trust now. What do you mean by compromise? Sergey is right here. He's fine. Trust me. Haven't you noticed how he looks at you? He hates you. He's not who he claims to be. Leave quietly. I'm supposed to follow the commander's instructions, operator. Can you confirm authorization? Oh, it's speaking as if it's me. Authorization confirmed. I am the voice. I am the voice. I am the voice. You don't sound like yourself, operator. Are you all right? Oh, the truth lies deeper. Your God doesn't want you to look here. You must save yourself, Mikhail. Leave them, abandon them, turn back, walk away, escape. You are in the darkness, but your heart will burn. There is no time. But the symbols, does that mean... Operator, want to check every device in that room. If there's anything that explains what happened with Mikhail, we'll find it there. There it is. Commander, the mission is compromised. Something interfered with the communications and separated Mikhail from the squad. Excellent work, operator. Mikhail is lost. The mission is compromised, and you announce it as if it were part of the plan. What else will you let slip through your fingers? Your only task was to keep us connected. If Mikhail is dead, I hope you know we didn't fail down here. You failed up there. Operator, down here, the only thing we have is your word. If we can't trust that, we're dead. All of us. This is not a chain of opinion, Commander. It's a chain of command. Don't forget your place, Sergey. You lead the squad, not the mission. Understood, operator. Continuing the mission. Are you all right, lady? She could use some Pantene Pro V. All right, that's it. Let me go. Let me go home. Let me go home. I'm done. This freaky shit. Let's go. Let's get out of here. This is Dutch. Ambient temperature dropped 6 degrees over the last 100 meters. Not normal for an enclosed area. It's not a risk yet, but the trend is troubling. Okay. There's our guy. He's still not around anything. No blips. No bleeps, no creeps, and no sweeps. Oh, movement detected? Just, you mean the fog? Oh shit, I haven't looked at the monitors in a minute. How are the monitors looking? Still no creepy crawly guy. All right. Operator, these temperatures aren't good for anyone on the team. Could you check that no one is showing any abnormal readings? Yep, can do. Well, no signal for him. How's the tech doing? Stressed and normal. I'm not moving. Well done, Lamb. Thank you. Condition unstable. The medic is unstable. Compromised health. Oh, his blood oxygen levels are way low. 86%. Jesus. That's terrible. So, Dutch is compromised. Sergey's normal. And I think Dimitri's fine. Yeah, normal. And Mikhail, we have no idea. Out there in nowhere's land, and I don't have a signal on him, I don't think. Nope. Okay. Yep, you're the only one that's having trouble, bud. Yep, all squad readings are within parameters, except yours, Dutch. Thanks for the warning. No surprise there. The cigarettes. Okay. Yeah, the internet dropped out for a second. I don't know what happened. Looks okay now, but it did drop out for like a hot second. Yep, looks steady again. Hopefully we're fine. All right. In case you missed it, we found that Dutch's readings were bad, or he was compromised, his health readings. And he said the cigarettes, the years, the falsified reports, I thought it'd last longer. I don't want this to cost them too. Luckily, we calibrated the instruments at the start of the operation, so I should be able to dose myself with something to stay on my feet. I just hope we didn't make any mistakes. So he's gonna give himself some drugs to keep him rolling. We found a descending staircase, a perfect spiral carved in black stone. It matches no architecture we know. It isn't built, it's sculpted into the rock itself, as if the cave itself wanted us to keep going down. Its dimensions are completely out of the ordinary. It's massive, operator, and not functional at all because of its size. The steps are enormous. We're descending carefully, but it will take some time. Okay. Okay, we've seen this. Yeah, I know. Jesus, come on, dude. Give me a way to skip dialogue I've read before. Nope, nothing there. Oh. Let's check on the lady on the stairs. Or down the stairs. Or not. Let's see who's coming down the elevator, I guess. Oh, shit, I can go home. Let's get out of here. I'm here. Okay. That looks bad. I'd have to say that looks pretty bad. Oh, there's another tape. Now I have 2. Oh. Okay. Well, that's fun. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, goat. Never mind. Yeah, same to you, pal. Yeah. You know what? Before we go down the dark black stairway, we're gonna go back there. Don't worry. I want to see what's on these videotapes first. Is there a way? Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, does it just loop? Looks like it just loops. Yeah. Experiments in the revival of organisms. Oh, I can really hear that clock ticking now. All right, now let's see what's down there. Oh, is my goat friend gone? The goat is gone. Excuse me. Oh, there's the whispering. Oh, symbols on the walls. Bell. Giant skull? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the weigh-in is gone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What if I go the other way? Does it matter? Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay, the weigh-in is back. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. This might be bad time. Aspen, I need some help, buddy. I'm at the store and I'm not sure what size and flavor tampon I'm supposed to buy, and my wife isn't answering the phone. Get the variety pack. Cover all your bases. Get the light, medium, and heavy. They have variety packs. But what flavor? Cool Ranch, of course. You never go wrong with Cool Ranch. Or Baja Blast. One of them. Get Blood Orange. Oh my God. Okie dokie. All right, thank you. Okay. I guess I've got to take care of a goat as well as the team now. All right, sure. A weird looking dog. Yeah, I probably have a lot of incoming calls, I'd imagine. Thought we lost you. And not in a metaphorical sense. Hours went by, operator. Hours with no signals. This is unacceptable. Even Dimitri stopped trying to reach you. And that says a lot. Report your location. Where the hell have you been? Hours? But no, that's impossible. I was only gone for a few minutes. How many minutes? How are you all? Give me a brief report. Understood. For now, we're still alive. Mikhail is still missing. One important detail, we encountered a man. A thin, naked figure that was following us. He didn't respond to speech, only watched us from a distance. We haven't seen him again for a while. But he went back the way we came. Copy that. That fucking goat being there is just fucking weird, man. Not that any of this is normal. Where were you? We thought you were dead. I kept calling you every 10 minutes. No response. I was losing my mind. I thought I heard your voice, but it wasn't you.
18 months?
It wasn't anyone.
Damn. Does that tortilla blanket feel like a taco shell yet?
It wasn't anyone. What a relief to hear you again, operator. Logging it, but continue. Thank you. I said yes with 80 big months. Appreciate that. Oh my God, I have a call from Mikhail. I better answer it. Here. Nication. Fornication? Do you co? Do I co? Checkpoint, this is Mikhail, communications lost, attempting to reestablish link. Do you co?
Hi.
I do
My
co.
name is what? My name is Conch.
I do co. Link reestablished, applying security protocol, requesting immediate transmission of the assigned code. Over. Operator, I finally managed to reestablish contact. Hours wandering in the darkness and whispers. I'm cold, operator. I'm tired. I followed a voice that wasn't yours. I lost faith for a moment, operator. I believed in a false call. Now I hear real voices, footsteps. I think I see the others. I'm getting closer. I won't stray from your path again. I need to return. I need to make my mistake right. There you go. Communication pending. Do not proceed until full verification over. Lucas, 1018. Stand by while I verify the code. I know I saw it. Oh my god, you fucking pieces of shit. God damn, that peek around the corner gets me every time. Lucas 1018. Lucas 1018. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's good. Remember the teachings and all will be well. I am your son, Lord, and you will not abandon me today. Code accepted. Proceed to rendezvous with the squad. Affirmative. Proceeding to rendezvous with the squad. They're well ahead, but I'll try to catch up. I'll report back later. Over and out. Operator, is that you? Is this transmission real? Ha! Look who's back! We were about to ask for a replacement. Welcome back to hell, boss. I understand, but you must keep going. It would be a good idea to carefully check the control room and its surroundings. You've been absent for a long time, and it's important to verify that everything is in order. Well, there's a goat now. Is that weird? Oh, there they are. Yeah, he's making his way back to the team. Look at that. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh. Sorry, that's hard to see. Whoa, that's not hard to see though. That's pretty creepy. I know it's a glory hole. I know what to do, but that guy looks like he's all teeth and no lips. I don't think that would be a wise decision for me. How would I even get over to that room? I'm guessing maybe this wall breaks down at some point. And the goat's gone. Situation normal. We're good. Operator, I hope my eyes aren't deceiving me. We see Mikhail approaching in the distance. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm deeply suspicious of the situation. Sergey, respond. I need to know there's something in your area. I have something here watching me. We are surrounded by things we don't understand. Do what you would if it were us. Check with the team. Report. Keep going. All right. Is that? No, just shadows. Squad, can anyone confirm visual anomalies? I have a contact inside the control room. Is it biological? Technological? Divine? Be clear, operator. Are you alone up there? Are you sure you're still yourself? I don't know. Yes, I watched VHS, yes. Hallowed be thy name, deliver us from evil. He's doing the Lord's Prayer all out of order. Mikhail, are you there? There's an eye on the wall. A huge one. It's watching me. Don't look at it. Oh, shit, that's what it wants. God damn it. Too late. Stop guiding from there. You don't understand. No training prepared me for this. I don't know if this is real. I don't know if I'm losing my mind, but there's something here and it's watching me. I don't see it, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. Keep talking. Hold the line. Operator, the regulators on panel 3 have started to overload. I'm trying to stabilize the line, but the system isn't responding as it should. The voltmeter is showing negative values and the regulator is indicating erratic consumption. It makes no sense. If you recorded any irregularities with electrical current on the surface, it could be related. Well, hello there. Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's looking at me, Ray. Oh, it's got an eyeball on its hand. I have no idea, Peter Nankapoop. I don't keep up on it. Oh, lady's gone. Can I please leave? Can I have his knife? Or the hand or the eyeball or anything? No? Okay. Physical access to the regulator has been sealed by condensation. I can't operate anything from here without risking a direct shock. I request that you take control of the auxiliary system and keep the network stable. The manual control should be in the basement near the main power breaker. Okay. Use them with caution. Poor distribution could cause an extremely dangerous discharge. Okay. Oh, he's gone now. The fog isn't. The fog is rolling in. Where's the fucking goat? Well, that's not good. Hi. Are we friends? Are you, what's happening? Okay. Was that a fail condition? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Did I just have sex? Someone tell me, did I just have sex? Is that what sex is? Maria's song. Moments before she returned, Maria was singing a song. The lyrics can be heard on this cassette, and they go something like this. Sleep now, child, don't you cry. Father's gone beyond the sky. In the rust, the sickness sway. As night leans in, we kneel and pray. Close your eyes, voices drown. Feel the chains, the broken crown. When the stone begins to roar, we will rule the earth once more. I don't recognize the song. When I asked Maria where she got them from, she couldn't even remember singing them in the first place. Okay. So, Father, sickness, pray, rule. Fusper. Oh, finally, I picked it up. Weird. It wasn't allowing me to pick it up. And I can't crouch as far as I know. Well, that's fun. I'm surprised there's not a figurine in here. Oh, is that one? No, I can't touch that. I'll be back. Let me listen to this tape first. Wow, she's good. That gum you like is coming back in style. Let's rock.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What the?
Okay. Now we'll go into the creepy house that just seems to be next door to our little facility here. Okay. Okay. Startled me. Hey, look at that. Another figurine. There we go. I love collectibles. I'm a gamer. Oh, man. This is what happens when you don't flush. Have to get the janitor in here. I've seen worse. And that thing's got to be like at least 97 Courics. Okay. That was a big old thing of teeth. Oh my god, it's vagina dentata. You gotta be kidding me. The toothed vagina. The myths are true.
Zekaluk Zeklov.
Yo, Dax with the 23. Thank you, Dax. Dimitri's notebook. Inventory and technical documentation. Sergey, no extras. Dutch, medical controller. Mikhail, radar. Shortwave radio transmitter. I'm carrying the technical instruments, consumption 25%. Additionally, we all carry a light and a personal communicator. Make sure to check the radio transmitter model in the control room to confirm the correct consumption. Okay, so he is... Mikhail is radar guy. Radar priest. Nope, that's Mr. Coffee. What's with all the churning and bubbling? Microwave shortwave radio consumption, model power required, working weight. God damn it, dude. Is this gonna be on the test? Can I not? I can't go any further. Okay. Don't go into the toothy vagina. Got it. Oh, hey. Holy brown pants. All right, who shit my pants? I think I need to know like what model radio each one has, right? Okay. Okay, I request that you take control of the auxiliary system to keep the network stable. Manual controls should be in the basement near the panel. Use them with caution. Porters. Yes, I got that. Huh. The light I trust, it will not fail me. My team, my brothers, we have to keep going. Remember your training. Yeah, physical access. Okay, yeah. But he's gonna repeat himself again. Alright, I get it. Yep, I gotcha. Thanks. Yeah. I feel like there's something I'm missing as far as like what I'm supposed to do with the radio frequencies and stuff. Like there's power consumption. That I have to, I guess I have to take into account. Well, Fingo, just let me know if there's something that I'm missing, that I haven't seen yet, that I need to see to understand what they want from me. Yeah, from the classroom. Right. Now I have that. But I need to know what model they have. Right? I need to know what model of radio they have. Yeah, technical diagram, personal lighting communicator. Personal communicator consumption 5%. Lamp consumption 5%. I guess I just don't see what the frequency has to do with like the model. Because we got radio frequencies on 8, 4, 2, and 1. Okay. KF 1000. 3 power needed.
Hope there may be something else later. Is 7 minutes in heaven with that gorgeous bod of yours. Just to let you know, if you find a hairy cavity filled with shit, it may be not my belly button.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck, dude? So I see the personal communicator is 5%, radar is 7%, lamp is 5%. And then there's that note that says someone gets double. Got my dick stuck in a Mexican Coke. There you go, wizard. Wizard. But then these fucking numbers aren't percentages. I'm trying to match up percentages here. Okay, each increment will, oh, it is 5%. Okay, 5% each. Each increment is 5%. So, that's 5%. Okay. And then you throw something in there like 7%, so it's not an even 5 number. So this is what I'm not understanding. Everybody has a personal communicator. Everybody has a lamp. The radar, the guy who's carrying the radar, Mikhail, requires 7% for that, but double that apparently because of the note that was left. So I'm seriously just wondering, like, do I need to give everybody 10% to cover their personal comm and their lamp, and then give the radar guy double for personal comm, personal communicator, lamp, and radar? Like, well, who has the lamp then? Doesn't everybody have a fucking lamp? Don't I have to compensate for the fucking lamp? Are you actually mad at lamp? No, I'm just looking at things and saying I'm mad at them. You're right, Scott. I'm not mad at math. I like math. The clues are not, it's just, I'm not understanding how the clues correlate to every single person. Does every single person need 5% for their comm and their lamp, and then the radar gets more? Okay, that tells me what the radar needs, 7%. Okay. So that's not just like decoration there, huh? That actually is important. Okay. So it says power consumption, power needed 3. I'm guessing that's percent? Doesn't say percent, it just says power consumption 3. 3 what? Units of power, I guess. Okay. So that's tech. Okay. So we just have to figure out who, like, all the power that everybody needs. So, med needs 5 for the med station, 5 for a communicator. And that's the one thing I'm not understanding is this. Everybody has a communicator, I know that. But does everybody also have a lamp? I would assume they do. It's on Dimitri's notepad. Oops. God damn it! Just let me drop this! Oh, there it is.
In Soviet Russia,
We all carry a
everyone
light
has
and
a
person
lamp.
communicator.
It
There it
comes
is.
free with the asbestos in the walls.
There it is. Okay. Thanks, Core Vocation. I appreciate you. All right. Sergey, no extras. So the commander only has 5 and 5. Dutch has a medical controller, so he has 5, 5, 5. Mikhail has 5, 5. Five, 5, 7, 3. And then the tech also, this is also kind of confusing. I'm carrying the technical instruments, consumption 25%. Just the tech? So is it 25 plus the light and the personal communicator? Okay, I'm guessing all this is going to add up to 100 eventually. So No, it's not. Wait, maybe it is. It is. Okay. Okay. 0, 0. Yes. Okay. 15, 10, 40, 35. If I'd remembered what I looked at.
Zeke.
Thank you, Shint, for the 110 months. Yeah, if I remember to look at, like, this... I took a picture of it for a reason. I just... That's why, because I forget shit. Alright. Okay. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Oh shit, I have them backwards. Command and med are backwards on my fucking list here. Whoops. Yeah, command comes first. So it's 10, 15, 40, 35. Okay. There we go. No, I see. I wrote them down in the reverse order. Med command instead of command med. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. All right, buddy. Values have been adjusted. Proceed to reconnect the instruments. Do it. All right. How'd it go? Everything good? How's this looking? Oh, fine. Just fine. Everything's cool. I guess, oh, there's still some active people. I can talk to them, right? Yeah, let's talk to them. Oh, there we go. Incoming call. And let there be light. All systems operational. Excellent work, operator. Thank you. I won't falter. I'm determined to succeed. Damn it, we can't stay here. This place isn't safe. I think someone found us. We keep moving despite the circumstances. We don't have many directions to go, so we proceed to keep descending. Remember the teachings and all will be well. I am your son, Lord, and you will not abandon me today. I understand, but you must keep going. I knew this was much worse than we were told. Understood. Damn it, we can't stay here. This place is safe. I think something found us. We keep moving despite the circumstances. Yep. Yep. Keep descending. Understood. Where's my goat? I miss my goat. Oh! First, there was nothing, so that's 2. Second. 4. In the end is 8. Oh my god, before the end is 1. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Yeah, down here. Two, 4, 1, 8. Administrative memorandum. Cryptologist status deceased. Circumstances of death under investigation. New cryptologist assigned Mikhail Volkov. Oh, he's a cryptologist. Okay. Okay, Mikhail. You jerk off to this, don't you? You filthy little bugger, you. Oh. I found your spank material right there. Classic. Oh, that's fun. Dangerous. Little room to live in. Oh, hey, it is a little collectible. Look at that. Okay. Oh, someone was here recently. Cigarette still smoking. Don't mind if I do. Oh, stop it. Oh, hello. Man, that cleaning lady's having a hell of a time. Hey Zeke, as a rusted god, are you below a lot? Indeed I am. Nope, not that way. All right, Fingo. Oh yeah, right here. Let's check it out. The Shadow of the Resentful. The Blood of the Sick. The Laughter of the Forgotten. What are we laughing about? The Prayer of the One Who Worships.
That they may love him more. That they may love him more ardently.
The Hands of the Creator. Excuse me. The Guilt of the One Who Leads. Oh my God, these all have symbols. I missed that one. I don't know what that one said. You know what? We're gonna have to watch this again anyways. The Whisper of the One Who Lies. Okay. Okay.
That they may love him more. That they may love him more ardently.
The Taint of the Most Flatulent. The Guilt of One Who Leads. Tears of a Father. Whisper of One Who Lies. Okay. All right, I might need your help with that later. But I got all that. Blood, laughter, prayer, hands, guilt, tears, whisper, with all the symbols by them. I'm assuming they're going to be important at some point. Operator, we reached new chamber, very different from the others. Steel walls, scorched floor, mounds of ash. I can't tell where it ends. The ash is drifting through the air and limiting visibility. We're moving together. Good thing we properly calibrated the medical terminal at the start of the operation. This ash-filled air would be unbearable if I hadn't been able to administer the necessary medication. We're continuing forward. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. I think. Oh my God, you fucking scared me, Peter. What are you? Holy, okay. Okay. Okay, Peter's having a snack. Okay. Okay. What are you eating? You know what? Never mind. No, I don't need to know. It's all good. All good. Oh, that creeped me the fuck out just now. Whoa. Woo, that sent a little chill up my spine. All right, I think I'm done for the day. Let's go. We can't leave? Please? We found a rusted hatch. We opened it and it seems to descend even deeper. With a ladder, the kind you climb using your hands. What do you think? Who do you think should go down first? A ladder, the kind you climb with your hands? Is there another kind of ladder? Yeah, I think you send the guy with the radar. Send Mikhail. Beginning descent. I'll notify you of any updates. Well, he has the radar. So you'd think he'd be the best choice, right? Okay. And he's the cryptologist, right? Yeah, exactly. Yes, I can go in the hole, but if I go too far in, it just warps me out. Yeah, it just goes. Bzz. That's all it does. That was the first thing I tried. I've arrived. Yes, I'm here. Don't leave me alone down here. Please. Place is real, I can see it, but I don't understand what I'm seeing. The rust, the oblivion, the pain. Let the others come down, please. I need to hear them. Don't cut me off. Operator, green light. Descend now. Understood, they're on their way. Stand by. Okay. We're together now. There's only one way forward. I see a narrow corridor completely forgotten by time. Dirty, corroded, rusted. We're moving on. Copy that. Feel like it might be safer not to have that someone follow that dude. Well, he's the most expendable one, I think. He's the one who's losing his marbles, so if he dies, not a huge loss. You have got to stop fucking doing that. My pants can only get so shitty. Holy fucking hell. God damn. These aren't my teeth. The teeth in my mouth aren't mine. It hurts, operator. It hurts so much. I'm logging it, but please continue. Operator, we need to stay extremely alert, but I had a fantastic idea so nothing can catch me off guard. I just need a cut here and a little more here. Done. Without eyelids, nothing can slip past me when I blink. Jesus Christ. Hold on one moment. Let me just... Nope. Still nothing at the gate. Tell the baby to stop crying. Maybe it's hungry. Maintain protocol. It's here with us. It's been with us the entire time. It's there with you too. It's watching you. It's made us believe we were being clever, that we were avoiding it, but it's playing with us. It hates us, but I cannot hate it. Can you hear it, operator? It's like an angel drawing near. It's exhausting to walk through here. No one should come to this place. Tell them. Tell them no one should ever come down again. The long corridor drops off into the void along the side. Some sections have collapsed, but we can jump them. They're not too wide. I just hope the structure holds. Proceed with caution. The fall could be fatal. Someone is eating chips. Every time I go over to the radar, I hear someone eating chips. White Jaw, thank you for the 82 months. Ray Del Bono with 104 before that. Thank you very much for the resubs, y'all. The tunnel opens. It's a colossal chamber. We've reached something monumental. An obelisk, yes, it seems to absorb the light. It vibrates faintly as if it were breathing. The air have grown dense. This is no ruin, it's a prison. Here. Here is where the descent ends, isn't it? Oh. Goat is gone now. Are we sure this is part of the mission? Because from here, it looks like we're in a place we were never meant to be. And that thing, whatever it is, already knows we've arrived. No thermal readings, but something inside is pulsing. The obelisk doesn't reflect light. It isn't opaque. It's like it swallows everything. I feel interference in the devices. This isn't normal. It's real. All of it is real. The seal. The seal still stands. It's the altar. And we are the sacrifice. Don't you see? Don't you hear it? The obelisk is not stone. It is word. It is command. It is placed here by the will that burns with hatred for its mistake. My blood trembles to name it, but I will because I have been called, not by God, not by heaven, by what was left below. And at last, I am here. Do you see it? The chamber shakes with its presence. It makes no sound, yet I hear it. Breathing is hard. I don't know if we're seeing the end of the path or the beginning of something else. There's movement inside, shadows. It's like looking through time. I'm cold but sweating. I don't know if I want to get any closer. Listen. Mikhail is completely out of his mind. This operation's heading straight for failure. He's about to ruin everything. He's reciting things, kneeling before the obelisk. Give the signal, operator. Give the signal and I'll take him out right now. I have him in my sights, operator. Come on. It's now or never. actually timed? Oh, wait, he's still alive. Sergey won't stop us now. Our destiny is clear. What have you done? The mission is hereby concluded. All activities are ordered to cease. The administration holds you responsible. Execute cancellation protocol and then use the elevator for immediate evacuation. Thank you for your service. Well, that last thing, that timed situation, I failed it while I didn't press any buttons. Because I didn't know it was timed. So Mikhail, or Sergey shot. But then Mikhail called me. Or, you know, there on the radio. Oh, there are two eyes in the cave now. Okay, same thing. Oh. Oh. I can't get to it. Okay. Oh, it says cancellation protocol. Do I know what? Do I even know what that is? Amen. Ah! Amen. Is that all you're gonna say now? Yes, yes. Yes? No, I think not. No, I think not, maybe?
$104 in Texas. Fun times.
Oh, there we go. Press OK to decommission. Decommission. Heal Jolly, thank you for the 104 months and the 104 degrees, yep. Decommissioned. And last but not least, Dutch getting decommissioned. All right, I think I've decommissioned all of them, right? 'Cause I started with Mikhail. Okay. Operator, this is Dutch. My body is failing me. I can't breathe. There are people down here who depend on me, but I can't do anything. I'm losing my vision. I want out. This can't be the end. Don't leave me here. I'm very afraid, operator. You did a good job, Dutch. Thank you for your service. Operator, I was wrong. I knelt before something that laughs at faith, and I surrendered anyway. If you can still hear me, don't stare at it for too long. It will stare back. I thought it was an angel sent by God himself, but it was a lie. It's rotten, forgotten, enraged, rusted, and it hates us. Lord, why have you abandoned me? I'm dying, operator. I'm dying in this hell. I hope I'm wrong. Thank you for your service. Operator, there's a total drop in my readings and it doesn't match any malfunction I can measure. This looks like a remote cutoff, clean, no prior dehydration. If you're running any contingency protocol, stop it now. We've lost the lights. And now the oxygen is failing too. Operator, please do something. I want to see her again, to see the meadows again. Maria. Oh my God, Maria was his wife. Oh no. The protocol has been executed. It can no longer be stopped. Thank you for your service. So you killed them all? I mean, the administration killed them. I was just the tool. What a beaker. You have been promoted to Tool First Class. Heel Jolty giving a sub to P. Kurt. Thank you very much and welcome back. Nope. I'm gonna go back to work. I like it back down. I like it down there better. Hey guys, I did my job. I'm on your side. I killed all the guys. No need to do anything. I followed orders, man. You shot me anyways.
What's the car doing?
The goat does not leave loose ends. Is that the bad guy from Krull? We did it! Hell yeah. You understood nothing? I liked it. They found a weird hole in the earth and they went down, and I was in charge of like the team that was exploring it, and it ended up being like a door to hell or something. I don't think that part needed to be explained. I like the imagery that I produced in my own head as what they were discovering and stuff. I'm guessing there's more than one ending. Yeah, there's 4 endings? Okay. Is there a mega happy ending? Protocol 46. Oh, I got the ending Protocol 46. Okay. 1 of 4 endings. Oh no, I missed one fucking collectible. No, no. Come on, dude. Ah, shit. 1 fucking collectible. I found the cassettes, the VHSs, and I missed one little fucking thing. I don't know where it was. Damn it. And you call yourself a gamer. Run invalidated. That was cool, man. That was a pretty cool experience, man. Good game. Good game, Fingo. Nice work. You and your team, you and your, I guess your partner or whatever. Nice work. I'm glad I played it. It was really cool. Sorry I got so frustrated about that fucking energy puzzle or whatever. But if I remembered one of the pieces of information that I picked up, it wouldn't have been that stupid. I wouldn't have felt that stupid. But I totally forgot that I took a picture of this thing that tied everything together. But, you know, it happens. All right, we're going to take a short break, but before we do, we're going to decide what we're going to play next. So I'm going to put up a little poll in the chat. The new poll will be, what's next? And it's going to be between Desktop Explorer or the incident at Galley House. Oh, god damn it. Why do they limit the characters on this so badly? All right, we're going to give it 2 minutes. All right. There you go. Poll is in the chat. Go ahead and vote. We'll see what we get next. I'm going to go take a pee and take my dogs out, so don't you go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Looks like Incident at Galley House has won the poll here, so let's do that. 65% of the vote. Okay. There we go. Oh man, look at this. What the fuck is this 7K shit? Who's playing this, goddammit? Really? I gotta compete with 7K viewers? Son of a bitch. Alright. Okay. Limmy? I don't know who Limmy is. Oh, another French streamer. Oh, that's funny. Okay, cool. Well, then I probably won't have to compete if they're doing it in French. Okay. And we are, yes, we are going to start from the beginning. That's what we do. I'm going to start from the top. Get all the clues and stuff. Probably won't take us long to get back to where we were. But let's do this. I'll just do, yeah, slot 1, why not? Yes, delete the save data. Why the beginning? Because I like it to be all in one VOD if possible, or back-to-back VOD, so people don't have to search through my indie day to find out where this began. And also, I kind of know what to do here, so we'll get there. We'll get back to where we were pretty quickly. I'm gonna dip because I want to play this. Hope everyone enjoys. All right, Lee McGee. Bodies found at Galley House. What really happened? Last Sunday, an abandoned country house was found to contain the bodies of multiple deceased men and women. Early arrivals at the scene described the bloodied body of a man found face down on the front steps. More bodies were reportedly discovered inside. All had died recently. Only one victim has been named by police. Local tradesman John Hobbs. His ex-wife and son have been approached for comment, but claimed to be unaware of any reason why Mr. Hobbs would have wished to visit the house. The bodies were discovered by a small group of concerned locals that had decided to venture to the house on that Sunday morning. What brought them there that day remains unclear. Details of their accounts include burnt photographs in a fireplace, a broken doll, and shattered stained glass windows. It is claimed that at least one of the victims had been shot, and one had likely fallen to his death. However, the police have so far shown a reluctance to release further details to the public. No causes of death have been confirmed, and no suspects or motives have been put forward. The nature of this incident and the question of why it occurred in a house previously thought to be long empty remain a mystery. I played a little bit of the Sansa Blake Manor, and it seemed good.
It's locked.
I had a good time with it. Oh, did I F out a little bit? No, I had a minor F earlier today, so it's possible. Okay, just you? All right, cool. Okay. All users of the machine must be accompanied by an authorized machine supervisor. Dulski and Moores cannot accept any liability whatsoever for any physical or psychological harm caused by unsupervised use of the machine. Disclaimer, although the reconstructed audio of events is generally accurate, Dulski and Moores cannot be held liable for the accuracy of any visualizations of events, and is not responsible for any actions taken as a result of false conclusions. Excuse me, this product is not intended as a guaranteed method of event reconstruction and is recommended to be used in conjunction with more traditional methods such as forensic analysis and eyewitness accounts to help build up a complete picture of events. Warning, this machine is not to be operated by any user with a previous history of psychosis or by any user who could be judged as being susceptible to false beliefs or fantasies. Use of the machine must be terminated upon any signs of audio or visual hallucinations outside of direct machine operation. All right, so we are going to write those down. 01 QU -1-11 02 EN -1 -6 -7 -10 03 LI -1 -4 -5 -6 -7 -8 -9. Okie dokie. Those will become clear very soon. First, we use generator to the right of the machine. Over here, and we go. Nani! Then we put our hand up on the screen. Bloop.
Rhea beckon.
Fuckstick McGee. Access card. Rhea Beckon, 70. Okay, calibration. Begin automatic calibration of people. Blurp. Yes, it can be categorized as a planet inverted gooks commandant like. Yes, it is. Okay, start with at least 3 codes to rooms for locations. So we have, from that list, we have QU. For Quail Lane. We have EN for entrance. I never played Rogue Trader. We have LI for living room. Guess who? Okay, and we also have ST for study. Okay, and we have a few codes to begin with. First one is 01 QU for Quail Lane, number 1 and number 11. Go.
Blast! The damn thing's stuck. Can you push harder?
Timeline. First number is time.
It just won't. We're not moving, sir. And I can't help it. Blast the damn thing. Blast this weather. We'll come back tomorrow, sir. when it's light outside.
What a pity. You work for Rupert, do you?
For as long as I can remember, sir.
Well, I hope he knows what a foul situation he's put me in.
You'll follow me now, won't you, sir? The house is not far from here. Just mind your step.
Thanks. Oh, bloody hell. Shouldn't have worn these shoes.
I must ask, sir, are you a friend of the Galleys?
Never heard of them. Do you know why I've been invited here?
I can't say I do, sir. But we do have a number of other guests with us this evening. I'm sure it will be a night to remember.
It's strange. I received an invitation earlier this week. I have no idea who from, but for whatever reason, I decided to come anyway. It's only just dawning on me how mad of an idea this actually is.
Oh, not mad at all, sir. It's a privilege to be a guest at Galley House. And if there's anything you need, sir, let me know.
Is this it, then?
Right you are, sir. At the top of those steps is the entrance to the house. Please knock, and Mr. Galley should answer the door.
Okay, so that was the first scene. So we know this guy was in, well, I know who this guy is. I know who Person 11 is. Because of the last time we played it. I played it for about an hour last time. So we know he works for the manor or whatever. So we know he's kind of like maybe a butler, a chauffeur or something. All right. So that was the first scene. Next scene we got is... Oh, shit, we got this. Invitation. This is his invitation. Dear John, I'm terribly sorry to hear about you and Claire. I've always thought you two seem perfect for each other, but I've never been very good judge of these things, I suppose. Why don't you come down to Galley House this Saturday evening? I'm having a small gathering for my birthday, and you'd be more than welcome to stay the night with us. I could introduce you to my family. None of us have your talent, of course, but I have recently acquired something to keep you interested if you decided to come. It's not perfect, but sometimes when you close your eyes, it's like someone else is in the house. I'll make sure you to have it running by the time you arrive. Don't be fooled. There are no ghosts in Galley House. Rupert Galley. So, we know that one is John Hobbs. And just for the sake of... Oh, the scanner. Oh, right. It's not ready yet. Can't do that yet. Okay. So the next one is... EN. Oh, so O2 on the timeline. That's what these numbers are up here. O2 on the timeline. And there are 26 of these. As you can see from right here. 13 and 13. So there's 26 different times that shit happens. Okay. So we go O2 EN entrance 1, 6, 7, and 10. 1, 6, 7, and 10.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Mr. Galley there?
He's somewhere. Oh, I feel sick.
Excuse me?
Just wait here. I need... Oh, God. Where's Thornton?
Thornton. That's the butler.
Hello? What do you want?
Hello. I'm looking for Mr. Galley.
That would be me.
Fantastic. I'm so sorry. My car got stuck in the mud just down on Quail Lane, so I'm a bit later than...
You haven't told me why you're here.
why I'm here. You sent me an invitation.
So 6 is Galley, a
You've
Galley.
got the wrong person. I've never seen you before in my life.
I swear, you said you had something to show me.
Eddie, what's the matter?
Eddie
Who's
Galley.
this?
I'm in the middle of talking to him, Vic.
Sorry, is there a Rupert
7
Galley
is
here?
Vic.
The invitation said, bloody devil. Where did that come from?
Ignore it. I've lived in Galley House all my life, and I've never heard of a Rupert Galley. So I'm afraid you've got the wrong place. Goodbye.
Wait, please.
Eddie, look at the weather out there. You can't let him out in that.
Vic, we've enough guests as it is.
But I'm sure we could accommodate one more, couldn't we? Come inside, please, before your toes fall off.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind.
Everyone else is just through there in the living room. I'm sure someone here will know what's going on.
Oh, it looks like the doll broke in the fall.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Eddie.
Please, try and calm your sister down, Vic, or she'll end up killing someone.
Okay, so we know person 10. Or no, not person 10. Person 6 is Eddie Galley. Boom. And we know person 7 is Vic something. Victoria, I'm guessing. Since it's a lady. Oh, and I've also started writing down. The thing I didn't do the first time is write down sounds. So in 01 there was thunder, in 02 there was a broken doll sound. So that's gonna probably be important. Yeah, it looks like the doll broke in the fall. Please try and calm your sister down, Vic, or she'll end up killing someone. Yeah, so Victoria has a sister here. Oh, you can click the bookmark icon next to dialogue and it will be saved in your notebook in the top right. Oh, click this? Oh, okay. Okay. All right, the next scene we have from the list is LI 14567, blah, 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 blah. So living room, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Or no, what did I do wrong? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I do that wrong? Oops. Nope. Oh, page 1. There it is. Fuck. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I didn't change the fucking day. I didn't change the time. Whoops. Yep. There we go. Oops. Oops.
There you are. Is Eve with you?
No. We brought someone else, though.
Hello? I'm dreadfully sorry. Is there somewhere to hang my coat?
Who is this man?
Apparently, his car got stuck in the mud on Quail Lane. I told him he could stay here while the weather improves.
Is everything all right?
It's fine. I'll tell you later.
He's brought a bottle of champagne with him.
Well, I should hope you weren't counting on our hospitality.
Well, actually, my name's John Hobbs. I actually received an invitation to come here from a man called Rupert Galley. Has anyone heard of him?
I swear I've... Never mind.
No one lives here by that name, I'm afraid.
Oh, then I'm ever so sorry. There's evidently been some sort of mistake.
Don't worry about it. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Let me introduce you. This is Victoria, Helen, Tony, Eddie, and Damien.
Okay. We can sort of skip the part where I sussed out who is who. 9 is Helen. 8 is Damien. We already have Eddie as 6. Tony is 4. Okay, so we have Victoria, Helen, Tony, Eddie, and Damien. Okay.
We're having a small gathering here this evening.
Did you have anything planned, Martha? Because we really shouldn't start until my...
And Martha is 5.
My daughter arrives.
I don't think she'll be coming anytime soon.
Excuse me?
Does anyone know where Annie is?
She said she didn't want to come. I don't see why we all need to be here anyway.
I beg your pardon? Who are you?
Actually, Martha, I might need to stay the night while the weather improves, if you wouldn't mind.
At least I was invited here.
I suppose we could accommodate one more. I'll show you to the spare bed in the study, Mr. Hobbs. And you best come with us too, Damien. We could do with a strong man to help set things up.
Of course, Martha.
Thank you. That sounds perfect.
Okay, so that's study. The next scene is there we go. Next scene is John, Martha, which is 5, and Damien, which is 8. Okay. Okay.
Eddie, could you follow me to the billiard room, please?
Person 9 is Helen. So Eddie and Helen in the billiard room. Um, 6 and 9. Okay.
I'd like a private word.
Okay. And now we have their faces. Yep. All of them. Spike, Raven, Swallow, Toad, Weasel. Prototype sheet. These are a collection of old case notes, all taken from that same weekend. Some of them are from Galley House, some from an unrelated inheritance dispute case that happened around the same time. Not sure which is which. Yes, there is more than one murder in this. Okay, so we'll add the new location, which is the billiard room. Okay, we'll add some names to people that we've already sussed out from previous plays. We have 4 is Tony. 5 is Martha. Wait, whoops. Why'd you say that name? 6 is Eddie, we already have that. 7 is Victoria. 8 is Damien. 9 is Helen. Most of them we got from that scene. If I remember correctly, when we first saw that scene, there was only 2 that were one could be the other, was Tony and Damien. And then 11 is Thornton, who is the butler. Okay. And there we go. Muddy shoes, car keys, invitation to Galley House. So we know that this is John Hobbs. So we know for a fact that's John Hobbs. So as of that scene, we're missing 2, 3, and 10. As far as names go. All right, so the next scene is going to be the study with 1, 5, and 8. Oh, fuck. Always the time. Always the time.
Oh my.
Bloody devil.
Is he all right?
He's not breathing.
I'm so sorry. I'm lightheaded.
Have you checked for a pulse?
Bottle
He's
smash.
still warm, but he's definitely dead.
Under my roof? Oh, first a stranger turns up at the door, next another is found dead in the study.
Do you know this man?
I certainly do not.
Under my roof. So we know that her name is Martha Galley.
Not, and I can't fathom how he could have entered the house without someone letting me know he was here.
No sign of physical injuries. Given his age, I'd say heart failure is most
Oh,
likely.
I can press spacebar? Thank you.
Well, serves him right. Really? A strange man sneaking around our house. I wouldn't have believed it.
Let's not be rude to the dead. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation as to why he was here.
He wasn't carrying much. Just an old program for a piano recital. Has anyone heard of Amelia West?
Not a composer I've heard of.
Mr. Hobbs, you wouldn't have anything to do with it, would you?
No. I haven't a clue what's going on, I swear. But if I've arrived at a bad time, I'm sure I could find somewhere else to stay.
Nonsense, Mr. Hobbs. We'll sort this out. In the meantime, perhaps it would be wise to keep this between ourselves. Damien, darling, would you fetch Thornton, please? I'll go and call the police.
Certainly.
Okay, so in scene 5 or 6, Damien. Oh, this is the study. Okay, study. So Damien is 8 and Thornton is 11. So we'll have those two in that room at least.
I'm awfully sorry about the bottle.
It's the least of my worries, John. Was that your name? Why don't you come through to the dining room with me? It should be empty. You'd best...
05 dining room with Martha, who is 5. Oh, 1 John, 5 Martha. Okay.
Sit down before you collapse.
Okay. There we go. Feature-enabled connections. The number of scenes you have found indicates a complex timeline. Spectral OS has begun processing connections to undiscovered scenes. This badge indicates that there are more scenes to discover using the information within this scene. Indeed. Okay, so... did we get any more information about people? I don't think so. Okay, let's go to the other 04, which is billiard room 6 and 9. on, Evan? Oh, 5 is on. Thank you.
I didn't want to make a scene of it, Eddie, but I don't expect you to lose track of my daughter and act so callous about it. Where is she?
She ran off somewhere.
That's not good enough. Is she all right?
Oh, she's fine. We were in here earlier and she just had a little too much to drink.
My daughter's not a drunkard.
So 10 is her.
What did you say to
10
her?
is the daughter.
I didn't... We just had a small argument. I think she was upset. I've been trying to be a host, which really isn't my fault. If you're wondering why she took it so badly, then you'll have to ask her yourself.
Take some responsibility for once. If she's upset, then it's up to you to go and make it up to her. Why haven't you found her yet?
Naturally, I would have gone and looked for her, but then that strange man turned up at the door
Edmund
and...
Galley, I didn't buy you an engagement ring for you to forget about my daughter.
No, her name is not Galley yet. They're engaged.
What is it? What are you looking for?
It's nothing. We just, we lost the ring. But I know it's in here somewhere.
Excuse me?
I have it under control. She lost it just as there was a knock at the front door, and I haven't had a chance to look for it yet.
You'd better find it then. You'll tell her you're sorry, and this will never happen again. Do you understand me?
Yes, Mrs. Dower.
Dower. There you go. Helen Dower. D-A-U-E-R. And that means that Victoria's Dower as well.
Good. Don't ruin a perfectly happy engagement, Eddie.
That is 7. Okay. Helen Dower. Okay. Let's see. Can we pin down? Nope. Wearing wedding ring. Found near a handwritten list of first names. Wearing wedding ring. Oh, it might actually be her. She might have found it later, because this is all when they were found, right? Okay. Yeah, I know. I played an hour of this before, and I know some of the pictures. I know this Thornton is this guy. I know that. I know that Damien is this guy. But we don't know that yet. Yeah, and we know that, yeah, drunk girl is her. We know that. Anyways, continuing on. Let's do scene study 811. And it's either going to be 5 or 6. Nope. okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's more people. Wait, no. What? Oh, no, I had that right, yeah. Wouldn't be 7. No, okay. So there's more, must be more people in the study. All right, so we have, let's do dining room 515. Dining room. No, not study, you idiot. Oh, I don't have dining room yet. Shit. There we go.
Now, John, tell me why you're here.
I'm sorry, it's not quite what I was expecting. I received this invitation not long ago, and I thought it would make sense once I arrived here.
I see. I don't like the tone of this. I'm afraid I've never heard of a Rupert Galley.
Could he be a
Oh yes, you're
distant
absolutely
relative?
allowed to revisit
He's
any scene you
unlikely
want.
to be. I wasn't born a Galley. I only took the surname for myself. Well, it would have been around the time I moved into this house, I suppose.
I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on why I'm here.
We were just having a small gathering here tonight. I think Eddie must have organised it. It's just for close friends and family, though. I don't know why we suddenly have strangers turning up.
Who else is here?
There are 10 of us in the house, not counting whoever we found in the study. Oh, and there's Thornton, of course. That makes 11. He's our butler and our only member of staff.
11 people? One of them must know something, surely.
What's that you're holding, John?
I found it near the body. I thought it probably wasn't one of yours. I was thinking maybe someone else might recognise it.
It's the key to the chapel. I haven't been...
Chapel. Your location?
...been there in a long time.
Ah. Well, that's something to look into, I suppose.
Actually, John, could you go and take it to our butler? He'll be dealing with the mess in the study.
Okay. We are in 5, so that's 06, study, 1, 11. Oh, 1, 11, and 8.
Oh, certainly. I think I met him earlier. I'll go there now.
Thank you. And you're welcome to join us for dinner later on.
Oh, let's add a location. The chapel. Okay. And now let's go study 1, 8, and 11, 06. Okay, it's just them. So just them, 1 and 11. Okay. So Damien hasn't made it here yet. Some time passes.
Ah, hello again.
Good evening, sir. The room should be fit for you to stay in tonight. Just give me a moment to clear up this broken glass.
Right. I am sorry about that.
Not a problem, sir. Not at all.
It's dreadful, isn't it? Something strange is going on, and I'm worried they're all going to blame me for turning up at the wrong time.
Can't be helped, sir. And you're always welcome in Galley House.
There must be someone behind this. I mean, you haven't seen or heard anything suspicious.
I think maybe Ween is.
I spend most of my time in the kitchen, sir. That's where I've been since we last spoke. I heard the front door open.
Kitchen. Add the kitchen.
And close, and then open and close again. I presume one of them was for you, but I don't know who else came in.
Did you see anyone else?
Yes, sir. After the front door closed for a second time, a guest arrived in the kitchen. She seemed rather inebriated, but nothing out of the ordinary.
And then?
Around the time the bottle smashed, a second guest arrived in the kitchen. After he left, Mr. Maseko arrived as I was tending to the inebriated guest and informed me I was needed here.
I see. I suppose it was only the three of us.
Ah,
that knew
Damien
about the body.
Maseko.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten. Here's a key I found earlier. Martha asked me to give it to you.
Ah, thank you, sir. It must have slipped out of Mr. Galley's pocket.
You don't mean Rupert Galley, do you?
Yes, sir. Poor Mr. Galley. He used to visit the chapel often, sir. As pious a man as ever I've met.
Well,
I'm terribly sorry,
Oh,
sir.
shit, sorry.
Did you not recognize him earlier?
I accidentally clicked.
You don't mean...
Yeah, that's the dead
Yes,
guy.
sir. I'm afraid to say that he's passed away. You'd do best to give the key to Oswald if you see him. Now, I am sorry, sir, but I'd better be heading off now to the kitchen.
Wait, I need to ask you... Oh, bloody hell. I wonder what the others are up to.
Okay, so the three missing names, 2, 3, and 10, I believe, are Annie, Eve, and Oswald. All right, but we do have Damien's last name, which is... Damien... Is it M-A-S-E-K-O? Maseko? Oh, just M-A-S-E-K-O. Okay. There. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, let's... Kitchen, that's right. We gotta add the kitchen. Okay, so the timeline is... Okay, I think he's just in the kitchen at 02. Oh, shit. New evidence page. Where did the butler go? He went to the 0203. He's in the kitchen. All right. Alternatively, it may be possible to construct scene codes by using clues found in other scenes. Use the transcript features as outlined in section 2.2 to review a scene to look for clues. Modern spectronoetics has allowed the machine to trace every person from the beginning to their end. This begins at time 01 and continues until either they leave the intended detection radius until the timeline range finishes, or until their death. Supplementing the machine. Dolsky and Moore is now able to produce reconstructed images of people using personal identifying information and a rough location and time frame. These can be uploaded to the machine using the DNM approved scanner. Warning: reconstructed images are made using an alternative technique to SNC. DNM makes no assertion that such reconstructed images will be relevant to an investigation. Hobbs on front steps at 26. I could probably do that right now. Check it out. Oh, 24. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, the kid, right. We're gonna do go all the way back to 2, to the kitchen, and just do him. Yeah, okay. He's in the kitchen by himself.
Oh. Haven't heard that in a long time. Can't be good.
Are we gonna watch him make the entire fucking dinner? I suppose so. Okay. Let's see if he's still in there at 03. Nope, not just him. Where's Thornton? Oh, I guess she went to meet Thornton in the kitchen. Oh, shit.
Harry?
Ah, good evening, Miss.
Harry Thornton. Miss Dower. Oh, shit. Drunk Dower. A-U-E-R. Okay.
Star, you're looking very fine in that dress, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm not in the mood, Harry.
We knew that, though, because she's the sister.
Oh, dear. You're all right. Take it easy, Miss Dower.
Don't call me that. I've known you long enough, Harry.
That's it. Take a seat there. Now, I am a bit busy with dinner, but I could make some hot cocoa, if you like.
I feel sick.
Oh, never mind.
You'll be all right. What happened this time?
He doesn't love me.
Well, I'm sure that's not true. He loves you very much, and you know it as well as I do.
He thinks he loves me, but he doesn't really. I'm just someone to love.
He's lucky to have you, and don't let him forget it. He'll be coming looking for you any time soon, I'm sure. Don't you worry about it.
Maybe I should run away.
Don't you
Would
want
would come with me,
somebody to
guys?
love?
Maybe to France or somewhere like that, and eat oysters and sit on the beach. Do they have oysters in France?
I wouldn't know, Miss Dower. But if you send me a postcard once you're there, then you can let me know, can't you?
I don't want to go on my own, Harry. Maybe Eddie will go with me.
I'm sure he would. He'd do anything for you, you know. Here's your hot cocoa.
Thanks, Harry. I still hate him, though.
Of course.
Of
Let me know
course.
if there's anything else you need, Miss Dower, and I'll be happy to help.
All right, let's see if they're still there. In 4. They are not. However, who was sent to find Thornton? Damien. So I bet he's there. Before we do that, though, did we get a new room? No. Not sure if we did. What was that last scene? It was 3. Oh, Damien was in the study in 4. Who else was in the kitchen with them? Okay. Too much to drink. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Damien, darling, would you fetch Thornton, please? Okay, so 5. In the kitchen. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. I thought I already did this, but I didn't. Okay. Wait, did somebody say they can prepare a hot cocoa carnage?
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Hot cocoa carnage.
Thornton, is it?
Yes, sir. Forgive me, I don't think we've met.
Damien Maseko. Something's happened upstairs. Martha asked me to let you know.
We heard the bottle smash from down here. Is everything all right?
It's worse than just a bottle. Someone's died. You should see for yourself.
What? Who's died?
I don't know. I didn't recognize him. How many people are in this house?
Well, let me see. You should recognize our two hosts, so it won't be either of them. Then there are 8 guests, including yourself and Miss Dower over there. And there's myself, of course. You're sure he's dead?
As I thought. This is someone else.
Who is it? Who's dead?
You ought to go and look. It's up in the study.
Yes, of course, sir. I'll clear it up. Could you look after Miss Dower for me? If you take her over to Edmund's room, I think...
Edmund's room!
She probably ought to...
Oh, Edmund's room, and it's going to be... Oh, drunk. It's going to be 10, 8, and 10.
Lie down. And make sure...
Oh, and it's going to be, what is it, 6? We're on 5, so 6, yes. Okay.
Not to run into anyone else. Least of all...
Oh, the reason why there's a picture above her is because she's not standing up, and the only picture model they have of her is her standing up. So if they were going to use it, she'd be like a planking on this chair.
Of course. Come on then. Let's get you up.
Who are you? You're very handsome.
I'm going to take you to your bed, if that's all right with you.
Eddie doesn't deserve me anyway.
Yeah, see, when she stands up, they put her model back in. Yeah. Okay, so we can do... Wait, Damien and her in... Oh, we gotta add a room. Gotta add... Eddie's room. Boom!
Yay.
No, not 5, 6. God damn it, 6. Psycho Man, 67 thing for 44 months.
Will you be all right by yourself?
I want my brother.
I think I saw him earlier. I'll tell him to find you. Don't let anyone else in here in the meantime, understand? There are strangers in the house.
I'll recognize his knock. You'll stay for a bit, won't you?
I think you ought to try and get some sleep.
I don't want to.
Vic told me about you.
Did she say nice things about me?
Yes, of course. She said you have quite a charm about you. And she said Eddie is very lucky to have you.
You're making it up.
No, she respects you a lot. Even if you don't seem to get on so well.
She's too good a person. I don't know why she's with you. You seem too quiet and serious.
Hold on. Wait, I don't know why she's with you. Oh, they're not married, though. Because her name is... Wait, is her name Victoria Dower or Victoria Maseko? Are they married? Fuck, I don't
remember
know.
now. She said you could be quite honest sometimes.
Eddie still thinks about her. I can tell. He doesn't look at me the same way.
I'm sure that's not true. Where's your ring?
We had an argument earlier. I'd had too much to drink and I accidentally lost it. I hope he finds it.
I'm sure he will. He cares about you.
Well, I'm sure sometimes.
I should go. I'll tell your brother you're here, but you should be able to get some sleep before he gets here. Will you be alright on your own until then?
I'll have to go, and Eddie's not here, and I just wish that...
Okay. And now we go same room, 07 with Eddie somewhere. Eddie, there we go. Damn it. Maybe 08. Okay, maybe just her in 7 then. There we go. Von Stinkle with 116. Thank you, Von Stinkle. Seven Thunder. Right, 7? 7, yeah. Some time passes. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
Come in.
Ah, shit.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell indeed. I want my brother. Oh, no. Her brother's not. Eddie. Is her brother Tony? No, they don't even talk alike. It is Tony, okay.
Eve! Where the hell have you
been? Eve! Fucking Eve, that's her name!
I was asleep.
There we go. Eve. Even? Eve. Eve Dower. Drunk.
Eve.
I could tell. Listen. Something strange.
They call her Miss Dower. So she's not married. So it would be Tony Dower as well, right?
What is going on?
Oh.
She's engaged, not married.
Were you involved?
Tony, just tell me what happened.
Not now. I need you to hold on to something for me. Don't tell anyone else about it.
Where did you get it? It looks really valuable, Tony.
Look, I'll explain the rest later. It's just... A stranger turned up earlier, and I think he's looking for this. So just hide it, would you?
Tony, you didn't steal it, did you?
Just take it, Eve. He's currently talking to Eddie in the kitchen, so I should have a bit of time.
John and Eddie in the kitchen. 8. 08 kitchen. John and Eddie. John is 1, Eddie is 6. Okay.
You mean Oswald? I told you about him, didn't I? Funny moustache. Dresses like it's the 17...
Oswald. Mustache. Okay.
100.
No, this is someone else. He said his name was John Hobbs. But I think Oswald is up to something too. He and Annie were talking in the attic, while the rest of us had gathered in the living room.
Okay. Attic. Living room. That's 3. 03. Attic. With Oswald, whatever number he is, and Annie.
And now Annie's trying to... I'll explain it all later.
Wait, who's Annie?
She went to your school, remember? I think she got into a fight with one of the boys one time. It doesn't matter.
So it's 2 and 3, no matter what.
Just
2 and
hide
3
it.
are the only ones I don't have
Fine.
labeled.
But promise me you'll stay out of trouble.
I can't promise.
Eddie, is Einhorn?
At least I'll be able to protect myself. Don't trust anyone.
All right, this is around where I stopped playing last time, so everything from here on is going to be pretty much new. Okay, so while everyone was gathered in the living room during the 3 on the timeline. Oh, I got to put the attic in. Hold on. There's the attic, okay. And then the only 2 I haven't labeled, 2 and 3, are in the attic. Annie and Oswald. I have not seen this scene yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me, it was Tony. I told him not to.
My dear, I haven't the foggiest idea what
Okay, so person 3 is Oswald. And person 2 is Annie. Okay.
referring to.
Sorry, I'm Annie. Eddie said I could stay up here. I hope that's all right with you.
I suppose so. You remind me of her, in a way.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. Can I help you with something?
Not at all, my dear. It's been a while since I last came up here, and I wanted to have a little look.
Oh, I see. It must be unpleasant.
A little, yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure I can find somewhere else to sleep if you'd prefer.
No, that's quite all right. It's nice to revisit old memories, isn't it? I think I'll leave you in peace.
All right. Well, it was nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm sure we'll meet again.
Creepy. Okay, so that was 3. So I bet in 2 she's up there by herself. Oh, and I can put a, hold on, I can put a name, or I can put a face on Oswald, because we know he has a crazy mustache. And he is the only one with facial hair. Nope, it's him. Ah, there it is, the curly mustache. Yep. Nope. Not enough yet. Not enough yet. Okay. All right, so let's go back to that scene and see what she's doing up in the attic by herself. Maybe. No, someone was with her in the attic. Okay. Yep, and she throws the fucking doll out the window. Or not. There's John knocking at the door. Okay. So she is not in the attic by herself in 2? So someone visits her in the attic between 1 and 3. Weird. Okay. Oh, maybe it was Tony. Maybe it's Tony. There you go. Oh, it was Tony. Let's go.
Oh, I didn't wake you up, did I?
No. Who are you?
It is you, isn't it? What's your name again? I swear I recognise you.
I used to live nearby years ago, but I haven't been back in ages. I'm only here to visit my sister for a bit. I'm sorry, who are you?
You're Annie Beaumont.
There we go. Beaumont. Unless she says no.
I remember. You got caught stealing from the newsagents one time, and you weren't allowed back in. I knew I recognised you.
At least you remember me for the right reasons. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pull that.
Is it even connected to something? Doesn't do anything.
I mean it, don't do that.
Oh, the bell ring. Bing, 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 bing.
This room is uncanny.
Yep, O2,
How
bell
old
ring.
is the doll's house?
Well, they weren't expecting me to turn up, and this was the only bed they had left. Feels like no one's been here for a long
26-ish
time.
hours, Nicktastic.
You know what happened
It's
to
a
the
long
girl
drive.
that used to live here?
No.
My sister told me. She slowly went mad. There were plenty of other bedrooms, but she always chose to sleep up here. And then one day...
Hey, don't drop that! I'm not joking, stop messing about!
Oops. Too late.
Are you blind? There's someone down there, you idiot! You almost hit them! Oh, bloody hell!
Sorry, Anne. I'm Tony, by the way.
Oh, if you click a timeline on the top right. Oh, go to
If you don't
reminders.
remember me.
Okay.
Are you coming to the living room?
I hardly know anyone else
Setlin,
here.
thank you for the raid. Let
Just leave me
me
alone.
turn off the followers.
All right, Anne. Sorry.
There we go.
I'll see you later.
And another raid from Class Katie. Whoa, double raid, babies. Thank you, Setlin. Thank you, Class Katie, for the raidies. Come on in. We're doing detective work right now. We're working our dick. And trying to make this work. Trying to figure out what happened. Who done it? Okay. So who would be in the kitchen with Eve and, or not Eve? Yes, Eve and Thornton in 2. Someone's in the kitchen. I know. Oh. Okay, so 3 is done. We have everybody in 3. Everybody is already done. No, I know there was a chapel. Someone pointed me to the chapel, and I got in there. Yeah. Maybe she is, yeah, up there by herself, still in the attic? Nope, she's not up there by herself. Either she leaves or someone else comes. Okay, hold on. Time can be helped, sir. You're always welcome to Galley House. So most of my time in the kitchen, we got that, yep. A guest arrived in the kitchen. Oh, she seemed rather inebriated. Yeah, we got that. A second guest arrived in the kitchen. After he left, Mr. Maseko arrived. So I'm guessing it's Eddie. So kitchen to Eve, Thornton, and Eddie? No. Oops, no. After he left, oh, 04. Okay. Because we know that, yep, they're in the kitchen. And then those three, Damien was in the kitchen. But there was one other guest in the kitchen with even Thornton. And it would be a man. It wasn't Eddie. It wasn't Damien, so it has to be Oswald or Tony. Okay. There it is. It was Oswald. Fuck. All right.
Excuse me.
Good evening, sir.
Oswald
What brings
Cobblepot.
you down here, then?
I say,
Oswald
you bear
Cobblepot.
a striking resemblance to the butler that used to work here when I was young. You don't happen to be related, do you?
That sounds like my father, sir. You knew him, did you? I must say it's an honor to follow in his footsteps.
What was that? Was that Eddie?
Yes, I thought you looked familiar, but I just came here for the key to the chapel. I imagine you have it.
I'm afraid I don't, sir.
What do you mean? Where is it?
I'm not sure, sir. How about I have a look after dinner, and I'll let you know once I find it.
I remember this house being a lot more organized. We had a lot more staff back then, very good quality staff. I didn't used to have to cause such a commotion just to get a key.
Oh, I do apologize, sir. I'll find it as soon as I'm able.
Tell him what you told me, Harry, about the chapel.
I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Starr. I don't know of any stories, and if I did, I wouldn't be repeating them.
What's this? Your father must have told you something, no doubt.
Well, sir, I suppose I did hear about a few things.
He was the one to bury her there, was he not?
He was, sir. That
His
he was.
dad was the one that found the body. Can you
Miss
imagine?
Dower.
You do well not to speak of such matters in this house, young lady.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. You'd be kind to forgive her. It's all been a little unusual this evening.
Is he a galley
Whatever
as
it is,
well?
I'd rather stay out of it. I'll have my dinner once everyone else has left the dining room. Understood?
Of course, sir. I apologize about the key.
Well, it's not your fault. I don't trust the owners of this house to know what to do with it.
I'm sure I've just misplaced it, sir.
No.
And if you'll forgive me for saying it, I think she's happy to see you back, sir.
Am I?
What nonsense are you talking about?
I don't mean anything by it, sir. I just heard something earlier. Like maybe she's still in the house with us. I just thought you should know, sir. But forgive me if I've overstepped.
Watch your mouth. You'll find that key, bring it to me, and then neither of you will mention this again.
Of course, sir.
Good. That will be all.
Beat a piano, wearing a wedding ring. Found in bed, red marks around neck, in possession of a will which mentions only child was a daughter. Good enough. She all right. She's fine. We came in earlier. She has a little too much to drink. My daughter's not a drunkard. Yeah, Helen Dower. Buy you an engagement ring to have freedom about my daughter. Under control, just knock on the door. So wait a minute. Okay, so we're okay. Eddie and Eve were in the billiard room at 1. You might be interested in learning the VA for Oswald to play Q in the First Light. I didn't know that. No. Oh, let's go!
You'd actually listen to me for once.
What's that supposed to mean?
I was looking forward to tonight. I thought, perhaps, since my whole family were coming, I thought you'd actually make an effort to pretend you cared about me in front of other people. For once.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You should have told me it was your birthday too, and I would have bought a cake. Darling, I'm sorry. Come back through to the living room.
What? So you can make another joke about me and then ignore me for the rest of the evening?
I'm not ignoring you, Eve. But we do have other guests. Do you think I want to be talking to your damned brother all evening about his miserable life? You know, he told me he joined the army for fun.
Army. Tony, Army. Tony's in the army. He's the army guy.
I mean, honestly...
Leave Tony out of this. You know he's had problems. And you know that's not why I'm angry with you.
Eve, I'm sorry. Tell me what I've done. Oh, come on, Eve. Go easy on the whiskey.
Why? So I can look more dignified in front of your guests.
We're all trying to have a pleasant time. Don't ruin it for everyone.
Oh, I'm sure you'd love to have a pleasant time with that posh girl.
Oh, please.
She's already drunk.
I told you. I don't want to talk
I've seen
about...
the way you look at her. I can't believe you'd bring her here.
You don't get to tell me who I invite to my own house.
We're supposed to be engaged, Eddie. Admit it. You still have feelings for...
It's never enough with you, is it? I give you a ring, and all it does is make you more jealous than you were before. I don't know why I even try.
I can't do this.
Eve, that's not what I meant. Eve! Damn it. Where did it go? She'll kill me.
2468. Who do we appreciate? Dolly Parton, she's the best. She's got mountains on her chest.
Thank you, Mr. Blatter, for the 124 months. And the fun little rhyme. That's so nice. Oh, that's right. We're gonna do her brother Tony. Army recruitment leaflet. Right? He's the army. What up, Javi? Don't call me Tio. I don't like it. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. It's so light. What up, Pie Skip? Okay. This is supposed to guide me somewhere that I haven't seen yet. What's your favorite staying tonight? The room, this room. Okay, so Tidy, he's gonna stay in the study, or in the, yeah, the study. Okay. Can we help, sir? Galley house. Must be someone behind this. I mean, you haven't hurt. Most of my time in the kitchen. That's where we last spoke. Oh, he left, oh, no, Annie, Eve went to the Eddie's room. Right. Yo, Vince, giving a sub to Ass and Titties. Ass and Titties. Ass and Titties. Wait a minute. Oh, you give the key to Oswald if you see him. Sorry, sir, I'll be heading out to the kitchen now. Oh, here's a key I found earlier. Martha asked me to give it to you. Must have slipped out of Mr. Galley's pocket. So, do we know where John is in 7 and 8? We don't. Maybe he took the key to the chapel. In 7? No. Okay. That was wrong. You should hold on to something for me. That's the pocket watch, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, pocket watch. Okay. Currently talking to Eddie in the kitchen. 08 kitchen. 1 and 6. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Oh, bloody hell. What a mess.
I should warn you, I'm not great with these sorts of things.
Help me move it outside.
Do you know who he was?
He had the key to the pantry on him, so I'd imagine he's the one that cooked us our dinner.
You're not familiar with your own stuff?
It's never really concerned me. I think Martha deals with those sorts of things.
You mean your mum?
Listen to me. You're going to explain what you're
Thornton
doing,
died?
who this Rupert Galley is, and why we've just found a second body.
Fuck!
I swear, I've told you everything. As far as I know, I've been invited here for some unknown reason by a man that died before I could ask him why.
How did you know Rupert Galley? Why was he here?
I have no idea. I don't know who he was.
Then how did you recognize him?
I knew it was him.
I don't know what game you're playing, but if this involves any one of my guests here tonight, then you need to tell me. One member of staff has already been caught up in it.
You don't suppose the deaths were related? I thought maybe the thunder gave them a fright.
Do you take me as a fool? Two strangers in my house, and one of them dies. I can tell something's going on here. I just need your assurance that it won't affect anyone else.
How could I have something to do with this? I was there at the dining room table with everyone else. If someone is behind...
Dining room table 7. Okay, so dining room had, it said everyone else. I'm not sure if it means everyone, but...
that it's someone already in the house. If they brought me here for a reason, then I could be in danger.
Lower your voice, would you? There were 2 people missing from dinner. One of them, well, she's out of the picture. But the other one, Oswald...
Oh, minus Oswald. Minus... Lady out of the picture, Annie?
I'll admit, I don't know much about him.
Who is he?
Well, I don't know who my father is. I've never really spoken to Mum about it or given it much thought. But Oswald has always been there in the background as my uncle. Not that he's been to this house for a very long time.
Well, then perhaps he knows something about Rupert Galley. That's the best lead we have at the moment. Do you know where I could find him?
I imagine he's waited for us all to leave before he eats. I'm sure you could go and talk to him now.
Thank you. Don't you want to talk to him too?
No. I have something else.
And 3. Okay.
To take care of. Ow, ow! Bloody hell!
Oh, burn on hand! Eddie got a burn. Okay, hold on. Before this leaves my brain. Nope. Burn mark on right hand. High blood alcohol level. Ring found in pocket holding a bracelet. Boom. That's Eddie. There we go. Burn on the hand. Now, 7. What do we have for 7? Eve is not there. So kitchen has everybody but Eve and Oswald? Yeah, she was laying down. So, dining room. damn it! Well, that's what he said in this.
My dick's all shitty.
God damn it!
My dick's all shitty from your
asshole.
Oh.
I must take off in my motorized vehicular device now. I didn't murder anyone. Please excuse me.
You check the carburetor on that thing. Jesus, this is not going well. Thank you, Pete. Okay. Oh, there were two people missing from dinner. One of them, she's out of the picture. Oswald. Okay, so Eve, Oswald, and I'm guessing Thornton. No! Fuck! Come on, man! Oh, 7. Oh, not... Hold on. I was on the wrong time, yep. Thornton was getting fucking murdered, I bet.
Please come in and take a seat. Dinner will be up in a moment.
Does it matter where we sit?
It wasn't him that you saw, was it?
Oh, no. Well, I didn't catch a good look.
Ah, Damien, you wouldn't help me with the dishes from the dumbwaiter, would you?
Still no sign of my daughter.
I believe she's asleep, Mrs. Dower. Be careful, it's
You'll
hot.
have to remind me of your name, I'm afraid.
John Hobbs. I hope you don't mind me eating with you. Very much
Eddie,
appreciate it.
I told Mr. Hobbs he could eat with us.
And sorry about earlier. Everything all right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's up with you two? Could you pass me the wine, please, Eddie?
Of course. How are you liking the house, Mrs. Dower? I hope this evening hasn't been too chaotic for you.
You know very well how my evening's been, Eddie. But I hope we can put all this chaos behind us.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I beg your pardon? I don't seem to understand why you're joining us this evening.
Well, to tell you the truth, there's been an interesting development.
Mr. Hobbs, let's keep the discussion at the dinner table civil, shall we?
I'm interested in what the gentleman has to say.
Oh, it's, nothing, really.
Red wine! Red wine!
Would you be so kind as to pass me the red wine?
I don't want to be the one to have to announce the news, but I think it needs saying. Someone was found to have passed away peacefully in the study earlier.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
You buffoon! You've splashed some of...
Helen Dower! Has red wine on her. There we go.
On me.
What did you say? Someone died?
Yes, but it's no one that any of you would know, and it's being dealt with discreetly.
Well, not anymore, it isn't.
Mum, who was it?
Oh my God. I think I saw him earlier.
Wait, it can't be Oswald. I saw him a moment ago.
It wasn't Oswald. Whoever this man was, I didn't recognize him.
Gosh, that's awful.
Why didn't you say?
Someone in the house is found dead. Shortly after, a complete stranger turns up at the door.
What? Okay, this is 07. So, Oswald and Thornton are in the kitchen. Getting murdery!
I assure you, Helen,
I bet.
I've been with John since he arrived, and he has nothing to do with this. And I'd prefer it if you didn't attempt to implicate our guests.
Wait, how did he get in? I don't understand what he was doing here.
I happen to have discovered that the man we found dead and the man that invited me here are one and the same, a Mr. Rupert Galley. Now that's as much as
Who the hell is Rupert Galley?
Oh.
I'll go have a look.
Well, as I was saying...
Come with me. We need to have a talk.
Tony?
I need to go and get something.
Oh.
John and Eddie. One and 6. Somewhere. I don't know where they meet.
Your sister asked for you. She's in Eddie's room.
Tony, please.
Annie, it's fine. It's under control.
I really ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner is going cold. But please, enjoy the rest of your meals, everyone. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Annie, what's going on?
Does anyone eat in this place? Okay, so 07, the only 2 people unaccounted for are Oswald and Thornton. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Come on, man! Yep, so 7 we've accounted for everybody except for Oswald and Thornton. So maybe just Oswald in the kitchen. No. Okay, just Thornton in the kitchen. Okay. So this is where a murder happens. Okay, I get it. I get it. Can we fucking... Yeah.
Well, I never. He's really dead.
Does he just have a fucking heart attack? No. Found outside wearing formal livery trace of vegetables under his fingernails. Just found outside. Okay. So, we just need to find the location of this asshole, Oswald, during 7. And I'm guessing it's a place we haven't discovered yet. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to the fuck? Can you select an undiscovered location? No, you have to type it in first. So hold on. Oswald doesn't have a room here. Who else lives here? Eddie and... I bet Helen lives here. Helen has a room? Oh, does Thornton have a room? Nope. So Helen does have a room. Wait. Eve? Wait, no. Eve shouldn't have a room. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. So hold on. Eddie Galley lives there. And Helen Dower lives there? She lives there because Eddie is engaged to her daughter. Who owns this fucking place? Is this not the Galley house? This is a Dower house? I thought it was the Galley house the whole time. Then, okay, if it's the Galley house, why does Helen live here? Just to watch over the daughter. Okay. So, I'm guessing Eddie's room is also Eve's room, since they're engaged. Oh, does Victoria have a room? Of course Victoria has a room. So Martha Galley, Victoria Dower, Eddie Galley. So Martha has to have a room. Yes, I realize that Martha is Eddie's mom. Martha and Eddie Galley, that's mom, right? And Helen Dower is Eve's mom. Oh, actually, Martha is the mom of Eddie and Victoria. But Martha owns the place, right? Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Martha Fokker. Well, it'd be weird if they didn't have a bathroom. No, there's no bathroom in this place. The shit house. The lavatory? How about the loo? Oh wait, no, the WC, the water closet. No, okay. Or the washroom? No, okay. Well, let's try the shitter and see if the shitter's in there. I didn't think so. Okay. I tried bathroom. First one I tried was BA. Okay. Annie Beaumont. Do we know anything about Annie? No. Photo nearby shows 2 young girls. Only child was a daughter. But Eddie Galley and Victoria, wait, no. Yeah, Martha had a son. Okay, I guess we find that might be something we find out later.
Hi, my name is my name is what? My name is Coco Conch.
I don't think it's a cellar because the 2 rooms that we're missing are right here. You ever suck olive oil and olive out of another dude's belly button? Well, not yet. Okay, so everybody's there. Okay, hold on. Where was Oswald? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. We only know that Oswald is the kitchen in 4. 5 and 6, we don't know. Okay. The only, I mean, who the fuck? The only person that seems to know Annie Beaumont is fucking Oswald. Oh, Tony said he knew of her, right? In the attic. Yeah, there we go. It is you, isn't it? What's your name again? I swear I recognize you. I used to live nearby years ago. Here to visit my sister for a bit. I'm guessing her sister is well, it's either Helen or Martha. Sorry, Anne, I'm talking by the way. Wait, hold on. Okay, so how did that end? Okay, so let's see Annie in 4. Annie's got to be in the attic in 4, right? Oh, whoops. Yep, whoops. Who else is unaccounted for? Because she locks the door in 3. Yeah, Oswald leaves a door is locked. So in 4, the only people unaccounted for are Tony and Victoria. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. But why does Victoria come up here?
Annie?
Vic, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me.
Annie, I don't care.
I swear to you, it was Tony. It won't happen again.
Annie, I need to talk to you about something.
Are you alright? Is it Damien?
No. It's just strange. Something's off.
You mean with Eddie?
I don't know why he invited me back here. I thought we'd be friends now he's with Eve.
What did he say?
Well, it's not like he said anything, really. He just seemed angry with me for some reason.
Well, then why are we here? You don't need to be friends with him.
I know. Would you hold on to this for me?
I can find somewhere to hide it, if that's what you mean. I won't be caught dead wearing it myself.
It's not that bad, is it? I was hoping he'd notice. And I thought it might be a nice gesture. But I think it was a mistake.
He only invited you round to show off his new engagement, you know. So don't feel like you owe him anything.
Well, that's rich, coming from you.
Oh, please, Vic. You didn't tell Mum, did you?
Oh, darling. You can stay with us as long as you like. But you need to talk to her at some point, or this won't go away.
I'll talk to her if you go and tell Eddie he's not worth your time. I'm serious,
Oh,
Vic.
Annie, For God's sake, just stay out of trouble, will you?
I was already.
Well, I know. See you later, darling.
Wait, Victoria and Annie are sisters? Yeah, Annie changed her last name. She used to be Annie Dower. But who the fuck is the one with the only child? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, she said, no, she said mum. I can find somewhere to hide it if that's what you mean. What is she talking about? I can find somewhere to hide it if that's what you mean, and when we got dead, wearing it myself? Okay. So, who are we unaccounted for? Oh, the only person we don't know on 04 is Tony. Tony has a room, of course. This is the Dower house. Because all the Dowers have a room. Eddie Galley has a room. Helen Dower has a room. Victoria Dower has a room. Martha Dower has a room. And Tony Dower has a room. So is Tony in Tony's room? No. Yeah, the fucking title is Galley House, right? Why does the Dowers all have rooms? I don't think Oswald has a room. I'll try it. Oh my God, he does have a room. Okay, so we have all the locations now. Okay, so Oswald is in his room on 7 during dinner. says here somewhere. Where does it say Oswald? I really ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner's going cold. Okay. Yes, kitchen. There we go. He said... I'll have my dinner as soon as everyone's left. Understood. I mean, I could just process of elimination him, and just do put him in every room. But I don't like doing that. I could find him. I have all the locations. But he's not in the dining room, Eddie's room, or the kitchen. He wouldn't, I don't think he'd be in Quail Lane. The living room? No. He's in the study. There it is. Well, I mean, you say it's brute force. I don't think it's brute forcing if there's only one person left and you just process of elimination him to one of the rooms. Like, it's not a bunch of guesses. It's like 7 guesses. I don't know. You can call it brute force if you want, but it's like one person's left and there's only 7 places he could be. I don't know. Maybe that's brute force. I don't think so.
Good heavens.
Oh. Well, shit. That doesn't give me anything. That sucks. Yeah, very informative. Do you know who he was? It's not Thornton. He was helping him with the fucking shit in the living room or out in the very first scene. As far as I know, I'm about here for some reason. I just knew it was him. What the fuck? John, man, you're so sus right now. I don't know who my father is, and I've really spoken to Mom about it or given it much thought, but Oswald has always been there in the background as my uncle. Okay. Hold on a second here. John is gonna go meet Oswald somewhere, but we don't fucking know where. Because we don't have anything on 9. Oh, wait. It might be Oswald and John in the dining room because he's going to eat after everyone leaves. Oh my God.
Excuse me, I'm looking for someone by the name of Oswald.
I am sorry, but I've had rather enough disturbance already this evening. I'd prefer to be left to eat my meal in peace.
Of course. Oh, well, actually, I found this key earlier.
Ah, the key to the chapel. That's very kind of you. What was it you wanted to ask?
I don't suppose you've heard of a Rupert Galley?
Rupert? Well, it's a popular name in my family. I had a great uncle called Rupert, although I never met him.
I suppose he would have passed away many years ago by now.
Certainly. He was well before my time. Although this house has been known to still hold the memories of people from the past, why do you ask?
Are you aware? There's been 2 deaths here this evening. One of them was a man called Rupert Galley. Or so I believe.
Well, that certainly is interesting. Could you show me to the body?
I went back there earlier, in fact, and it had been moved.
And the other one?
We found him downstairs just a moment ago. I think he was the butler, although Eddie didn't seem to recognise him.
We used to have a butler many years ago called George Thornton. Does that name mean anything to you?
No, I just arrived earlier. I'm not connected to this house.
If you're here, then it's by no accident. Everything happens for a reason. You may be tied to this house in a way that you don't yet realize.
If you don't mind, I was hoping you might be able to explain why you yourself are here.
I was invited, although it doesn't seem like I'm very welcome. Hark! The heavens are alive!
That reminds me, you were the only one not there when the rest of us were having dinner, weren't you?
I was visiting the room that used to be the library, although it now seems to have been hastily turned into a bedroom of sorts. The floor was slightly sticky.
So in 2008, he was in the study. Floor is slightly sticky, yeah, because he spilled drink. He was already 07. And then where'd he go, though?
And I found a note there about a performance of Dvorak's Humoresque, although I'd never heard of the pianist.
I see. I just have the feeling that someone in this house is hiding something. 2 deaths can't just be a coincidence.
I happen to know something important. You'll want to go and have a look in Tony's room. Ask him to show you what's in his bedside drawer. I think you'll find it rather condemning.
Thank you. And sorry for interrupting your meal.
This conversation has been more informative for me than it has for you, I'm sure.
This is Go Carnage.
This is Go Carnage. Make sure
God damn it.
Go Carnage.
Make sure to wish
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? Thanks, Spencer. So 1-0, Tony's room. 1 and possibly 4.
Hello? I don't think we've properly
Yeah,
met.
Dr. Possible, it's very
Zordy.
weird.
Please, come on in. I want to talk to you.
Great. That makes 2 of us. As in, I also want to talk to you.
Where's the pocket watch?
I haven't seen a pocket watch. I don't think I have. Is one missing?
I don't have it, and neither does my mum. So if you're looking for it, don't bother asking me.
I'm not looking for it.
You must have come to this house looking for something. I don't believe for a second that you'd come all this way for no reason.
I received an invitation from Rupert Galley.
Did you really? The only place I've seen that name before is on a box that contained a pocket watch. And now, that watch is missing.
I see. So, how do I fit into this?
You stole the watch.
Why would he invite me here to steal his watch?
I was assuming that Rupert Galley either wasn't real or was some deceased relative. And that perhaps you had forged the invitation yourself to have an excuse to steal his things. You tell
Now,
me.
see here! I understand that you're suspicious of me, given that I don't exactly fit in here. But I'm going to find a way to prove I'm innocent. I'm as confused as you are as to what's happening here.
Yeah, no shit.
It'll be far easier if we work together on this.
I'm not confused. I know you're trying to hoodwink the owners of this house. But I don't care. As long as you leave me out of it.
I see.
Hey! Stop!
Aha! What's that?
It's just a service revolver. How did you know that was there?
And just a second ago, you were trying to put the blame on me.
Don't touch it! I'm not trying to blame you. I told you, I don't care what it is you're up to. I'm just minding my own business and looking out for myself.
2 people have died here this evening, and you've been keeping a gun in your drawer.
2? Wait, was someone shot?
No, I didn't
Not
say
yet.
that, but it's suspicious all the same.
Oh, give up. I clearly don't have anything to do with it. I hardly know anyone else here.
Well, neither do I.
Oh, great! Then we're both in the same boat. Now please get out of my room.
Oh. The piano.
What?
I noticed it earlier, but I didn't think... I need to go and see.
The pocket watch strikes me as something like a magical item or something. A magical timey-wimey time travel bullshit item. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if any room, like the only room that has any sort of music is the billiard room with this thing. So maybe he went to the billiard room at 11. Oh, but someone would be playing the piano, and one of these people has this guy, the key to a piano. God damn, how come I figure I want to say we can nail down some other people with their portraits. There's still 3 clues here that I'm not getting to other scenes. Who else left? Eddie and John leave. Yeah, we got that. Tony leaves. And he goes up to Eddie's room, so we know that. Martha. We don't have a location on Martha. Hold on, okay. Yeah, Tony might have been in his room. In 9, just by himself. No. Okay. So we know where Eddie and John go. We know where Tony goes. Tony goes up to the room. We don't know where Martha goes. She goes to find Oswald. Oh, maybe she goes to his room. In 8. Nope. Because Martha leaves the party, and I got to go and find Oswald. His dinner is getting cold. Well, we know where everybody is in 7. Oh, so maybe she goes to the study. No. Okay, there's 3 clues here that I'm not getting. Okay. Let's just replay this thing.
Please come in and take a seat. Dinner will be up in a moment.
Does it matter where we sit?
It wasn't him that you saw, was it?
Oh, no.
There's just so many people talking over each other in this shit.
Damien, you wouldn't help me with the dishes from the dumbwaiter, would you?
Still no sign of my daughter.
I believe she's asleep, Mrs. Dower. Be careful, it's
You'll
hot.
have to remind me of your name, I'm afraid.
John Hobbs. I hope you don't mind me eating with you. Very much
Eddie,
appreciate
I told Mr. Hobbs he could eat with us.
And sorry about earlier. Everything all right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's up with you two?
Could you pass me the wine, please, Eddie?
Of course. How are you liking the house, Mrs. Dower? I hope this evening hasn't been too chaotic for you.
You know very well how my evening's been, Eddie. But I hope we can put all this chaos behind
I
us.
wouldn't be so sure about that.
I beg your pardon? I don't seem to understand why you're joining us this evening.
Well, to tell you the truth, there's been an interesting development.
Mr. Hobbs, let's keep the discussion at the dinner table civil, shall we?
I'm interested in what the gentleman has to say.
Oh, it's, nothing, really. Would you be so kind as to pass me the red wine?
I don't want to be the one to have to announce the news, but I think it needs saying. Someone was found to have passed away peacefully in the study earlier.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
You buffoon! You've smashed some on me!
But did you say someone died?
Yes, but it's no one that any of you would know, and it's being dealt with discreetly.
Well, not anymore, it isn't.
Mum, who was it?
Oh my god. I think I saw him earlier.
Wait, it can't be Oswald. I saw him a moment ago.
It wasn't Oswald. Whoever this man was, I didn't recognize him.
Gosh, that's awful.
Why didn't you say?
Someone in the house is found dead. Shortly after, a complete stranger turns up at the door.
I can assure you, Helen, I've been with John since he arrived, and he has nothing to do with this. And I'd prefer it if you didn't attempt to implicate our guests.
Wait, how did he get in? I don't understand what he was doing here.
I happen to have discovered that the man we found dead and the man that invited me here are one and the same, a Mr. Rupert Galley. Now that's as much
Who
as I...
the hell is Rupert Galley? I'll go have a look.
Well, as I was saying...
Come with me. We need to have a talk.
Tony?
I need to go and get something.
Oh, your sister asked for you. She's in Eddie's room.
Tony, please.
Annie, it's fine. It's under control.
I really ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner is going cold. But please, enjoy the rest of your meals, everyone. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Annie, what's going on?
It tells me nothing about where Martha's going. Yeah, she hasn't been with him the whole time. It was Thornton and Hobbs in the study. She's lying. She was with him in 5. She was with him in 4. 3. And 2, he was out on the steps. I mean, did you guys get any fucking clues from that? Like, as to where other people went? Like, besides the... the ones we already know? Okay, who was left in the dining room? Okay, can I fast forward?
Please, it was.
Oh, I can. Okay.
Damien.
I bet
you'll have to jump.
Eddie.
And
I don't. Could you?
Of course.
You know.
Would.
I'm.
I don't. Some. Yeah.
Well,
Mom.
it was.
What?
Some.
I wait. Miss. I'll go. Come.
Tony?
Oh.
But please, enjoy the rest of your meals, everyone. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
So, Damien, Victoria, Annie.
Annie?
What? No. 872 and Helen. 9. There you go. Okay. 8729. Okay.
Nothing, I swear. I just heard that name before.
I appreciate the honesty earlier. Too many people nowadays seem to favor politeness over giving a straight answer.
That's quite all right, Mrs. Dower.
Do you know anything about what happened?
She saw someone steal something from my bedroom. Isn't that right, dear?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
What's been stolen?
A pocket watch of mine. I hadn't even had it long.
I'm so sorry if I've accidentally let a thief into the house. Oh, gosh. You don't think this is related to...
I checked the dead man myself. There's no reason to think his death was suspicious. I'm sure there's a simple explanation behind why he was here.
I have not missed
I ask you to keep an eye out for my watch. It would mean a lot to me if you could return
I
it.
think the two of us would rather stay out of all this trouble.
Of course, Mrs. Dower. I think I might know who to talk to. Annie, would you like to have a word with me in Vic's room?
Sweetheart, you know it's not her fault.
Vic, it's fine. I'll go and talk to Damien. It's not like I've done anything.
You two be nice to each other, then.
Okay, Annie. Okay. Damien is 8. And Annie is 2. 8 and 2 in Vic's room. This is 9.
I'll go and check that everything's all right upstairs.
Vic, if there is something going on...
Sweetheart, I won't be gone long. If I need you, I'll go and play the piano in the living room.
The piano's in the living room.
How does that sound?
I'll listen out for it. I'll come and find you if I hear it. Annie, come with me.
Okay. So 09. There we go. 09 is 8 and 2 in Vic's room. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, Drollheim, I got you now. Okay, cool.
Annie, this doesn't need to be a long discussion. Just tell me where you put the pocket watch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
I'm not blaming you for anything. Just tell me where it is.
What would you blame me for? I haven't even done anything.
I'm not stupid, Annie. Please don't make a fuss out of this.
Oh, you're not stupid? Then explain to me why you've got it into your head that I'm the one stealing things. I haven't even been near Helen's room.
I never said you stole it, but Helen said that you know who did. I also saw you and Tony talking secretively over dinner, and Tony said that he was going to get something. There's no point lying to me, Annie.
I swear I didn't have anything to do with it.
I understand. Just give me something to go on.
You already know everything by the sounds of it. Tony's probably hidden it somewhere.
That's all I needed to hear. Look, I'm sorry that I'm sleeping with your sister, Annie. That doesn't mean we have to be enemies.
You two are lucky Martha didn't make you sleep in the attic.
I'm sure it's not that bad. Have you had a chance to meet the others yet?
I've spoken to Tony, and that almost landed me in trouble. And I came down to the living room just before dinner, but only Helen was there. I thought this place was going to be more lively, to be honest.
I'll admit, I can't say drinking sherry with two older women was how I expected my evening to go. But enough's been happening to keep me interested, at least.
Dead bodies aren't my idea of fun. That was dramatic.
You don't know anything about this Rupert Galley, do you? Not that I'd expect you to.
No, although I did see this one strange man walking about. He used to live here a long time ago, I think. I'll go and ask him.
Try and break the news to him gently. If this is one of his relatives, then it could be quite upsetting.
Thanks for the advice, sweetheart. You're always looking out for me. Kiss, kiss.
Okay. So before dinner, Helen and Annie in the living room. Well, there's a piano. It's right here. Fuck. How did I not see it?
Hello. Are you Tony's mum?
That's right, darling. Do come and join me. There's a bottle of sherry over there from earlier.
I don't drink. I just came to say, I think I know where your stolen pocket watch is.
Oh dear. Stolen? I shouldn't have brought it with me in the first place. I knew it would be trouble.
What do you mean?
I haven't had it for long. I'm not sure why I bought it, really. And now with strange men walking around the house. You know, I spoke to one funny gentleman in here just a moment ago that wanted to go and visit the chapel in the dead of night. I'd rather not attract the attention of men like that.
Tony said, he said there was a name on the box.
Oh? I don't seem to recall.
Oh, never mind.
My dear, you said you knew of the whereabouts of my watch.
Did I? I just meant I'd seen someone come out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was.
Well, thank you for coming to tell me. Not even my own daughter seems to want to inform me of what's going on today. Really.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Shall we move through to the dining room? I think dinner should be ready soon.
Fucking hell, man. Okay. Let me, hold on. It is Thursday and I haven't called my mom yet, so let me do that. I'm just wrapped up in this story. Let me call my mom, because it is Thursday, and she's going to be wanting to hear from me.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, babe. What's up?
Not much. It's Thursday. I thought I'd give you a ring.
Okay, good.
You know me.
Yes, I do.
Sorry it's so late, though.
What?
I said, sorry it's so late.
That's all right.
I forgot. I was wrapped up in a game, and the story is really intriguing, and I'm really, really wrapped up in the story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So how you doing, Mom? What was your week like? Anything fun?
Oh, no. Went to lunch with the girls. Or I'm going tomorrow, but I went last week, of course. And that's about it.
Okay. Oh my God, Bahamut, what are you doing? I'm looking at the questions, and there's only one question this week, but
Okay.
Oh no, that was from last week. Never mind. That was from last week. We
Okay.
don't have to ask.
Okay.
It's a stupid question, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess today's just gonna be a call to say like everyone says hi. Everyone, make sure to remind me that to call you on Thursdays if I forget.
Okay. Hi, Zirconian.
Hi, Zirconians. So, yeah, I'm just calling to check up on you, say I love you, and all that stuff.
Okay, I love you too.
Okay, we got one question for you. What's your favorite movie?
Barbie.
What?
Barbie.
Oh, Barbie? Like the Barbie movie?
Yeah, I like that.
It's pretty recent for it to be your favorite. That's awesome, though.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else off the top of my head. I'm sure
Okay.
that there's quite a few that I like.
It's a good movie. Hey, I'm not blaming you. I liked it too, honestly.
Yeah, it was a good show, I thought.
It has Ryan Gosling in it, so I understand why you like it.
Yeah.
He looks good in that movie. Yeah, shirtless too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Even I was a little like, wow, my mom might be onto something here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I don't really have anything for you, Mom. Just I love you, and I if there's no real big updates for me right now, but we're gearing up to go to Burning Man later on this month, or excuse me, next month, I suppose, since it's not August yet.
Okay. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. So
Fun.
just getting ready for that shit. So
How long does that last?
it's probably gonna. I mean, it's 7 days. It's a full 7 days, but it's gonna take some travel time to get there and back. So I'm looking at probably taking like 10 days off of work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that. So yeah. Fun stuff.
What are you gonna dress up as?
Oh, all kinds of things. We haven't even gone shopping yet for any costumes or anything yet. So
Oh, okay.
I'll let you know. I'll keep you updated when we go, because we'll probably go to like thrift stores and stuff like that and find some shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
all right, Mom. That's all I have for you. I love you.
Okay. I love you too, sweetheart. I love your phone calls.
Okay, I'm glad I do them then.
Yes.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Mama.
Okay, babe. Love
Okay,
you.
love you too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there we go. Didn't have any questions from the audience today, but that's okay. That's okay. Good enough to just call her and check in and say that I love her and stuff. So she's happy with that. I'm happy with that. That's all. Okay. Back to the fucking mystery. God damn, we're not even halfway done with this. Yeesh. There's 2 clues I can get from here. Okay. All right. So they moved to the dining room. We knew that. That's the next scene. This is scene 6. So Tony. Yeah, Tony and Annie in Helen's room? 05, Tony and Helen? No. Oh, it was Annie. Annie was watching Tony come out. No, that's wrong. Okay. Never. Yeah, 5. Okay, because we're in 6. Oh, I spoke to a funny gentleman in here a moment ago. Okay, so Helen and Oswald in the living room in 5.
Excuse me? I don't think we've met.
No, I don't think we have.
Helen Dower. Pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry, is there something out there?
It's too dark to see it properly, but the chapel sits somewhere out there on the hill. I would have liked to have visited it, but perhaps I'll get the chance tomorrow.
I think you'd have to be quite mad to go out there in this weather.
Oh, forgive me, I am very distracted this evening.
Yes, it's a multi-murder
My name
mystery,
is Oswald
like
Brian
Clue.
Arthur Galley. I used to live here.
Oh my God, it is Galley. Okay.
Here a long time ago. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Why do you still have a room
I
here?
see. I think Eve mentioned you. Could you remind me how you are related to the family?
Well, I am the last of my family, I'm afraid. I have no relation to our hosts other than through the house itself.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you mind if I ask whether you're married?
I've always preferred to live alone. Now that I think of it, it is perhaps a shame that the line of true Galleys won't continue.
True Galleys. Oh,
have
she
any
took the
children
name.
yourself?
That's right.
Yes, 2 of them. They're somewhere around the house, although I can never seem to hold on to them as much as I might like.
And is Mr. Dower here?
No, he's away. He's doing something else. But he said he would have liked to have been here.
Well, it's been lovely meeting you, Mrs. Dower.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Looking for something. Confused. You're not trying to hoodwink the other husband. I see. Okay. Service revolver, right? A piano starts to play from the other room. Okay, so in the living room, who plays the piano? It was Annie that plays the piano, right? So John and someone in the living room. Was it? Oh, it was Victoria? Okay, so 11, living room. John goes in there with Victoria? Damien said he would come too. So. Oh shit, let's go.
Vic, is everything all right?
I'm fine, sweetheart. Come here.
Are you sure?
I was just talking to someone in here about... well, it doesn't matter. I just needed to see you.
Would you look at that?
Excuse me, Mr. Hobbs. Vic and I were just...
Oh, I'm sorry, I won't disturb you. I'd just like to have a quick look at this piano.
Did you find the pocket watch, sweetheart?
I found it, but it's hardly important right now. There was someone else. I couldn't tell at first. I thought they were just asleep.
Wait. Someone else has died.
I don't know who it was. A young woman. It wasn't nice to see.
Was she there with us over dinner? I'm trying to work out who it could be.
You may be interested to know that I've discovered another body as well, down in the kitchen.
The fuck is happening in this
Don't know
house?
what to make of it.
Something's not right. This doesn't feel like an accident.
But I don't understand why anyone would do this.
It could be poison. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. Is that possible?
I don't know. I suppose so. I didn't see any signs of injuries or struggle.
Where did you find the fucking body,
That's
you
really
shithead?
horrible. I don't think it can be that.
I actually just spoke with a boy named Tony and I found a gun in his bedside drawer. I know there haven't been any gunshots, but still.
Does Eddie know anything about this, do you think?
He has nothing to do with this, sweetheart. It wouldn't make any sense. I don't understand what motive anyone would have. Who even were these people?
Well, Eddie's been acting very suspiciously all evening, if you ask me. And then there's Oswald, of course.
Who is he again?
He used to live here. Before Martha and Eddie. I was never allowed in Oswald's room when I was younger. But honestly, I don't know what he's doing back here tonight.
If I had to pick someone mad enough, it would be him. No doubt about it.
Vic, we should leave. I don't want to see how this ends.
I know, darling. We'll hand back the pocket watch and then we'll leave. Mum's house is only a few miles away. We'll get Annie and then we'll go there.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that. Quail Lane will be practically flooded by now, and everywhere else will be a right bog.
Looks like we're staying the night, then.
Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll stick together and we'll both be fine. Neither of us are involved in this anyway. Nor is Annie, for that matter.
Wait, shh.
I hope.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
The raised voices. Two of the others are having an argument in the billiard room.
It sounds like Helen.
There's someone else there too. It's a male voice. I can't make it out properly.
What did she say? Stay away from my children. Do you think she's...
Oh dear.
Wait, Vic.
Oh, sweetheart, come on. Everyone else will have heard it too.
Oh my god, how many people are going to the fucking billiard room? Okay. So in the billiard room, Helen was there with a male voice. No, it wouldn't have been Oswald, right? No. No, no, no. God damn it, now. Take him off. You were putting me in a very hard situation. I finished the game. I don't know if I can contain myself. Don't do that, Elos.
should
Don't
be
say
around
that.
somewhere.
I will not ignore
If
your
you go and wait
messages.
in the
I
living room, then
will
I'm sure
ban
they'll
you for the
tell
day if you do that.
I'll be there later. I just,
Or
I need to
time
sort
you out
something
for the whole day.
I've hardly
Just
seen
keep it to
anyone
yourself.
all day.
God damn it, you made me miss the dialogue. All right, Eddie, where is everyone? They should be around somewhere. If you go and wait in the living room, then I'm sure they'll turn up. I'll be there later. I just need to sort something out. I've hardly seen anyone all day. You know, if there's something going on, then I ought to know about it. Okay.
You know, if there's something going on, then I ought to know about
Nice,
it.
Orange Willie. Thanks
Otherwise,
for
it
subbing
seems
them.
like you're disappearing off for hours at a time and leaving me and my son to entertain ourselves.
I do apologize, Mrs. Dower. I just need a little time, and then things will be back to normal. I would think you can be patient for another hour or so on your own, can't you?
I don't appreciate the flippancy, young man. Tell me what's going on.
Very well. 3 dead bodies have appeared around the house, and we suspect that one of our guests is trying to scare us. But we're dealing with it. Everything's under control.
Well, I don't see why you let that stranger in here in the first place. It's your own fault as far as I can see. Go and tell him to find somewhere else to stay, Eddie.
Please don't try and tell me what to do. Like I said, I'm sorting it out.
It certainly doesn't look like you're doing much of anything. Did you find the ring, or did you just give up?
The ring? Yes, I found it. You can have it back if you like. I don't want it.
I gave you this ring for a reason, Eddie. Where is my daughter?
Your daughter?
I should hope you haven't forgotten about her in all this commotion. I think I made it very clear earlier what I expected of you. If something's happened to her, Edmund, then there'll be consequences.
I found the ring like you asked. If you expected me to do anything else, then you should have told me.
Now, don't be like that with me, young man. Where is she?
Well, I haven't seen anyone else arrive, and I've kept track of everyone who's come through the door. Unless...
I thought she was asleep in your room. You ought to go there now and reconcile with her. And take the ring,
Oh,
Eddie.
God. I'm so sorry.
Eddie?
Your daughter's dead, Mrs. Dower.
What do you mean? That can't be right. Why wouldn't you have told me earlier?
I didn't know. You should have told me you had a daughter, and then I might have done something about it.
You're making things up, Eddie. Go and find her and make sure she's all right.
I already told
Don't play
you.
games with me, Edmund Galley. You're responsible for my daughter's safety. And frankly, this disgusting behavior is scaring me. And it's completely unbecoming of a host.
I don't know who your daughter is. Why do you think I have anything to do with this?
Excuse me?
If you cared about your daughter, then you would have mentioned her earlier. You can't expect me to look out for everyone just because I'm the man of the house.
Monster.
What the fuck is happening?
How dare you talk about my family like that? Stay away from my children.
What are you talking about? You don't even have a daughter, do you? Are you part of this
Stay away
too?
from me. I'll scream. I will. And my son has a gun.
I don't know why I trusted you. All
What
along I've been trying to be
tarnation?
polite and courteous, and for what? You're as much a stranger to me as anyone. Great. Now everyone else will be rushing in to save you. That suits me just fine.
They'll all be here soon. I'll tell them what you did.
What just happened? What the fuck just happened? So, they had a conversation earlier in the billiards room. And then they had another conversation. Helen and Eddie. Helen and Eddie. What the fuck? Your daughter? Yes, your daughter. Because in scene 4, they were talking about marrying my daughter. Responsibility, she's upset. You gotta go find her and make it up with her. We lost the ring. What in the shit is fucking going on here? Yeah, there's something like there's some fuckery going on here with time or ghosts or some shit, and I'm not twigging on it yet. Like, I don't know what the fuck is happening. Yeah, I'm not kidding you, Graham McLarge. It feels like this is something to do with time ghosts or some shit. Also, I should have more people marked as to what they look like. Annie Beaumont. Okay, so one of these is Helen, or not Helen. Well, okay, the mole is either Martha or Annie. No. It has to be Martha. Martha's older and has grown children.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
And there are way more pictures than there are people in this. Because we're only missing, oh, fuck's sake. We're missing 4. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 still left unused. And some of these are just the dead bodies that we found. So that means there's 5 people that are dead? Soul Sesto is free on Epic Games today. Nice. Pick it up, man. I already have it. Somewhere. Oh. Yeah. There's still one that I'm not getting from this. So there's no name in the box. I don't recall. Never mind. Someone coming out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was. Helen. How long ago, though? I know where your stolen pocket watch is. It's like, okay, I haven't had it for long. Yeah, I spoke to a funny gentleman in here just a moment ago. We already did that. I seen someone come out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was. Annie? Yeah, it's a little bit like Oberdin Kibra. Yeah, for sure. So Tony in Helen's room on 5. No. Annie and Tony. Okay. Damn it! That seems too muddled for me to fucking suss out. She saw someone steal something from my bedroom. Isn't that right, dear? Oh, it was just Annie. She was lying. It was just her. She took the pocket watch. Was it 4? it's just a fucking mindfuck because you got to keep track of 11 people over 26 scenes. Well, 11 or 12 for now, but still, that's a lot. Okay, we got to follow the watch. Yeah, it's when... There we go. Tony has it. Okay. Fuck. It just, when you discover shit out of order, it kind of jumbles it in your brain, or at least mine. Someone else has died. Okay, so Damien found someone else dead in 10 or 9 or something. Okay, so... Oh. She said, I think I'll go ask him. Annie and... Okay, 10... dining room, Oswald... And who? I think I'll go ask him. Yeah, there you go. Annie. Annie's gonna go ask Oswald. So, Annie and Oswald in the dining room at 10. Oh my god, that worked. Okay.
Hello again. You're Oswald, aren't you?
Tell me, why is it that everyone seems to know my name today without me introducing myself? I should hope there aren't things being said behind my back.
No, we met before, up in the attic. You said...
I remember what I said. Why have you disturbed my meal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind, it's not important.
My dear, I apologize. Please, take a seat. I don't mean to seem so rude. So then, what brings you to Galley House on this rainy evening?
I'm here with my sister. I don't really know anyone else here, to be honest. It's just somewhere to stay.
Oh, it's a lot more than that, my dear. This house is full of history.
Oh, I'm sure. How long ago did you used to live here?
Heavens. Seems an eternity now. I remember when this part of the house was still being built. How exciting it seemed to have a future for my family. And my parents took the bedroom above us, of course.
You mean Martha's room?
I apologize. I am easily upset by the thought of how this house has fallen into other hands. I should have hoped to have my own family here with me tonight, but alas.
Oh. I wanted to let you know. Have you heard of Rupert Galley?
I think I know where this is going. I've already been informed. It's a very intriguing business.
Did you know him? I haven't heard that much, to be honest, just that he died.
Yes, I knew him. He used to live in this house a very long time ago. He's long dead, however. I don't know why he would turn up again today.
Oh, God. Really?
I am as surprised as you are. Not only that, but when they went back to inspect the body again, it had disappeared.
That's terrifying. You don't think someone's trying to scare us, do you? Maybe someone wants something given back that Rupert used to have?
Perhaps. But Rupert's not the only one. They found the body of the old butler, Thornton, in the kitchen. He was the butler here when I was a child.
Another one? I had no idea.
This house has its dark secrets. The current residents have no idea what's in store for them.
Oh, that sounds like Vic. She said she'd only play to get our attention.
I'm sure she's fine, my dear. If she wanted us to come, she'd be playing a lot louder.
I suppose you're right. He'll come rushing in to save her anyway.
If you're interested, I'd be happy to talk more about the history of this house.
Well, I hope you don't mind me asking, but I heard something about a girl that used to sleep in the attic. Could you tell me anything about her? Just in case, you know. She could be connected.
Why don't you follow me up to my bedroom? I can show you some things from many years ago that you might find interesting.
Oh, well, sure. Why not?
Wonderful. Then follow me.
Oh, my mouse disconnected. What happened to my mouse? It disconnected. No! Jesus. Fucking disconnected. All right. 11. Oswald's room. Okay. That was an easy one. Oh my god, those clown heads on his fucking shelf there. Jesus, why?
You haven't redecorated in a while, have you?
It's completely untouched since I left it all those years ago. This room is rich with memories. Please, sit down.
You said you wanted to show me something.
Yes, my dear, I did. I've kept all my old drawings in here. I used to draw a lot when I was young.
Is this your family?
Yes. That one's me, of course. And those are my parents. I stopped contacting them when I left home. They died a long time ago.
Is that her, then?
That's my sister, Eleanor. She was always very kind to me. She used to play with me in the garden when I was little, even when my parents were too busy to pay me any attention. We created our own little world. It was very hard, losing her.
What happened?
She became very unwell. She had to stay in her room all day, up in the attic. My parents were worried about her for a long time, and then one day we went up there and... well...
That's awful.
It was always understood that I was never to speak about it with my parents. I don't think they ever loved me as much as they had loved her. So when I was old enough, I left.
And who's the other one?
Oh, I'm not so sure. He must have been one of Eleanor's friends before she got ill.
Did you hear that?
I certainly did.
I hope she's all right. We should go and check.
Okay, 25. I'm gonna try something here. This is right before he jumped out the window or tossed or something.
You've done it now, John. Well, this is it. I don't remember her. I don't remember any of them. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. God forgive me.
Okay. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. Oh, there we go. He was shot 3 times with a bloody knife and a pair of leather gloves. Well, that helped a lot. These numbers mean there are more scenes discovered using information within the scene. Re-examine it to find new connections. So there are 5 clues as the other scene. So this scene leads to 4 clues. Or has 4 clues in it to other scenes. Oh my God. Dude, it's so fucked up, man. Like, people don't know who they are. Like, this scene here has Helen and Eddie talking about, you know, him being engaged, stuff like that. And then in a later scene, What scene is that? There. In a later scene in the same room, they start acting like they don't know who the fuck they're talking about anymore. I'm just so lost right now. It started off kind of straightforward. He wants to have a quick look at this piano. Oh, fucking. Having a small gathering for a birthday. I can introduce you to my family. None of us have your talent, of course, but I recently acquired something to keep you interested if you decide to come. It's not perfect, but sometimes when you close your eyes, it's like someone else is in the house. I'll make sure to have it running by the time you arrive. What the fuck are you talking about? The piano? So she screams. Helen Dower screams, and everybody coming running in, except for Eddie. And I guess probably Thornton since he's dead. Yeah, no, there's no fucking way I'm getting that. John, Vicky, Damien, Eddie leaves. John, Vic, Damien. So 17823. Okay. 17823. And Helen. Eddie leaves. Thornton's dead. Eve, I don't know what the fuck Eve is. All right, hold on. She is in Eddie's room at 8. Is she still in Eddie's room at 9? Probably. Yeah, Helen was the one screaming. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Okay. So it's literally everyone that isn't drunk or dead. Or Eddie that left.
What's wrong?
He's killed Eve! Who's Eve? Are you hurt?
Oh my goodness.
A body falls to the floor from where? From fucking where?
I don't know. We've only just found her.
Oh dear. Another one.
We heard someone in here a moment ago. Did anyone see where he went?
What? I didn't pass anyone.
What's happening? Why is everyone in here?
Oh, Annie. I'm glad you're all right.
So it's true. They're coming back.
Get that man away from me.
I have done nothing. Whatever evil has come into your house, I have no part
Everyone
coming back?
Calm down. Can anyone tell me who she was?
Is she dead?
It's the same as all the others. Someone's trying to scare us. I'm sure they must have been dead for a while.
I don't think so. The body's still warm.
Surely someone would have noticed if 4 people were walking around the house. I don't understand where they came from.
This is the 4th.
It could be some sort of disease. Maybe they all escaped from some hospital nearby.
Tony, please take this seriously.
Isn't anyone going to point out that there are already 2 strangers in the room?
Thanks, Anne. At least John and I were invited.
Were you?
Oh, shut up,
Listen,
you 2.
we're all going to go to bed and lock our doors. Do all the doors have locks?
Yes, darling. They lock from the inside.
Then we'll all go to bed and we'll see where we're at in the morning.
You called the police, didn't you, Martha?
Yes. I called them earlier. They said they won't be able to get here until the morning.
Good. Until then, lock your doors and don't let any strangers in. Can we all agree on that?
I'm not agreeing to anything.
Fine. Everyone else go straight to your rooms. We'll talk again tomorrow morning.
I'm very sorry about this evening, everyone. I'm sure we'll have sorted everything out by tomorrow, so there's no need to worry. Good night, and sleep well.
Well, that cleared absolutely fucking nothing up. That line right there. So it's true. They're coming back. Can anyone tell me who she was? Yeah, yeah, me too. I'm just gonna see if anybody went to the room. All right, Martha's room. 13. Did Martha go back to her room? I guess so. Okay.
Look at this mess. I don't know why I even keep half of these things. I'd be a lot happier if I got rid of it all and started again.
We ain't figured shit out yet. We're just more like it was pretty straightforward, and then it got really confusing, and now it's super confusing. Okay. Who else went straight to their room? Maybe Oswald? Oswald wouldn't have gone straight to his room, would he? No way. No way he went straight to his room. Okay. Okay.
It's good to be home.
Door's still open though. Helen don't go to her room. No, I have all the locations. I think. Unless it goes down further than this. But it seems like the house is full. Annie stays in the attic. Okay. Yeah, on the thing down, I don't know.
I left the bloody window open.
I don't know why there's an extra like slot for a room to be. Thunderclap. Tony said he's not going to his room, but who knows? Maybe he did anyways. Maybe he was just playing like he wasn't going to do that. Yeah, didn't think so. Oh, Damien and Victoria go to Victoria's room. Maybe.
What are you doing?
I just want to check. I don't want one jumping out of the wardrobe in the middle of the night.
Come on, Vic. No one's hiding any bodies in here.
I know, sweetheart. And I've got you to protect me from any strangers, don't I?
Of course. But please don't run off like that again, Vic. I don't like being on my own with the others.
Sweetheart, I'm always here for you. We'll leave first thing tomorrow. We don't need to talk to anyone else.
Mr. Hobbs is a suspicious character, isn't he? We're in agreement about that.
I don't know. I find it hard not to believe him. He seems the sort of man who would struggle to tell a lie. But I know what you mean. What was he doing there? listening to our conversation.
The whole day it's felt as though people are watching me, Vic. I can't bear this place much longer, I'll go mad.
I know the whole business with the bodies is upsetting, but I don't think it's meant for us. And if it's any comfort, everyone else I've talked to says they like you. So I don't think we need to worry.
I still don't trust them. And why did you play the piano earlier? Did anything happen?
I just wanted to see you, sweetheart. Come on, come to bed.
I don't like this house, Vic. I don't feel safe here.
We'll be all right. If you're really worried, we can just keep the door locked until the police arrive.
Maybe we should.
Good. And then we'll go visit Mum down in Wintercott first thing in the morning.
Wintercott? That's the name of your mum's house?
It's only a few miles away, and I promise you'll like it a lot more than this place. Sweetheart? What's that?
You remember, Vic? Mrs. Dower asked me to find it over dinner. Isn't it awful? I didn't realize it was her.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't anyone say anything? Her watch went missing. She asked too many questions, and now she's dead. And her son was there, too. He didn't even seem upset.
You mean the body? Earlier? Did you know her?
Of course I did, Vic. And the others should have recognized her, too. They must have known all the dead bodies. They're hiding something from us.
Calm down, sweetheart, please.
No! Something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Of course I wouldn't.
Then who were you talking to just before I found you in the living room? You said you were talking to someone.
I wasn't, sweetheart. I don't know what's got into you, but you're really scaring me.
All right. I'm sorry, but everyone else in this house is lying through their teeth. We can't trust any of them.
It doesn't matter. No one can hurt us in here. Let's go to sleep, and you can explain it all to me in the morning. All right?
I love you, Vic, but I can't wait to get out of here.
I love you too, sweetheart.
So
everything will be just fine.
Fucking, there was a drastic change when he spun the pocket watch. What in the fuck? Thunderclap?
Huh? Oh, for goodness sake.
Someone winds a pocket watch. Oh, also, who was it? No, Vic. There we go. One living room 7. Hold on. Oh, shit. They're just giving me one? Hold on, I'm gonna check something here real quick. There was piano playing in scene 1. I wrote down the sound. And Victoria is the only one we know for a fact plays piano. Alright, we gotta see the scene. It's in the middle of everything. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7.
The door's locked. Are you alright?
Well, there's another one in here. Well, I woke up and it was... I don't
Darling,
understand.
You need to unlock the door or we can't help you.
No, I know. I know.
I don't believe it.
Darling, are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm just...
How is that possible? Did you unlock the door in the night?
No, I swear, I just woke up and it was there.
You must not have checked everywhere.
I swear, I tried.
Steady now, darling. It's all right.
Muscular. Wouldn't have been easy to move a body like
I
this.
don't understand.
It's not your fault, darling.
What's going on? Vic!
Wait. How did he get in here?
Pocket watch here. Didn't you say you were missing one?
Yes. How the hell did that get there?
I saw it last night.
My gun. That's got to be my gun.
What?
I was just telling Annie up in the attic, but my gun, it disappeared overnight. It was the same thing. I'd locked my door.
That's marvellous. Who's missing?
It must be Eddie and Oswald.
We should go and find them. Can you look after her alone?
Yes, go. Darling, why don't you come with me to the dining room? The two of us can have some breakfast.
Okay, so we're pretty sure now that Damien is this guy. Strong build. They just said muscular. So I'm pretty sure it's that guy. Oh.
Goodness me. Someone's left a mess.
Is that a bullet?
How do I not have
up
those
there?
guys as like portraits
What were
nailed
they
down
doing
yet?
in here?
Darling, I'm sure it's fine. Would you like
There's a
some
bullet
toast?
hole in the dining
Actually,
room.
I'm starving. I didn't eat anything last night. Oh, are you sure this food is safe?
Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Have something to eat. You've been through a lot.
It's awful. I still don't understand how it got there.
Well, there must have been someone else
What's
in the room
it?
last night.
Whatever this is, I'm sure they don't mean us any harm. They want to give us a fright, that's all.
I don't like it. It feels like someone's playing a game with us.
Yeah, the corpse? Why not just say the
There's
body
no
or
other
the
way
person?
into that bedroom.
Don't think about it, dear. At least all of us are all right. I wouldn't know what to think if one of my guests was harmed.
I suppose so.
I'm sure this will all be over soon. I can hear the others sorting things out in the kitchen. But I am frightfully sorry, Victoria.
It's fine. I think I'll head over to Wintcott now that it's light. I'd feel safer with Mum.
I haven't seen your mum in quite some time. It's dreadful, really, considering she's only a few miles away. Would you like to be driven down there?
No, it's fine. I'll walk.
Are you sure, darling?
I'm fine. You have enough on your plate as it is. You said the police are coming, didn't you?
Yes? Well, perhaps we can deal with this ourselves.
I hope you sort this out. I mean, I know you will.
Thanks, Victoria. And thank you for coming to comfort me yesterday. I was in quite the sorry state. I didn't mean for you to see me like that.
It's fine.
I didn't say it earlier, but I noticed you took the bracelet off.
I know. It didn't feel right. I thought maybe he was still angry at me.
Victoria
I
bracelet.
just want to be friends.
I think he misses you sometimes.
Well, I have my own life now.
Of course you do. I'm sorry, Victoria. Why don't you finish your breakfast, and I'll go and check my bedroom upstairs to make sure none of the furniture's been damaged.
Wasn't there a bracelet mentioned somewhere in this? Oh, holding a bracelet. Yeah. She said she was going up to her room. Her room. I'll go and check my bedroom upstairs and make sure none of the furniture has been damaged. I can hear the others sorting out something in the kitchen. I don't fucking even know who's left. Two, 5, 3, 7, 8.
At least the body's gone. Oh, bloody devil! That's loud. Oh. Go back to sleep, John.
Okay, so he didn't stay in the study. She stayed in the attic.
Bloody window open.
Wait a minute, we already watched this? We already watched this. I must have went back one. Yeah, okay. No. There we go. Oh, it's 14. Yeah, 14 they would have stayed. Okay. So who else? Martha. Martha was in her room at 13, so let's see if she's in her room at 14. Okay. Oswald was in his room at 13. Let's see if he's there at 14. Nope. Oh, Victoria and Damien. Yes, I know. I'm aware that it shows me the people I don't know where they are. Yeah, he's at home. Or he's in his room at 13. Oh, I left Oswald on. Whoops. You're right, I did. Thank you. Okay.
What? Oh, good Lord.
Help! Help!
I think it's like, I think we gotta start following people. Like, go from timeline 1. See if we know where John is the whole time. Yep. 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 Okay, so we know where John is all the way through 13. John is accounted for all the way through 13. Oh, yeah, I can look. Oh, there we go. I can just look. Okay. So we don't know where John is in 14. He's not in the study because we already tried that, right? He might have gone out to see what the piano was all about, if he heard it. But someone's playing piano at 14, so he would be there at 15. Yeah, either he left the room or someone joined him there, right? Yeah, she screams, and that's when he joins her at 15. Yeah, 14 is empty. And no one stayed in their room. Like, Oswald did not stay in his room to 14. He either left or someone joined him. Yeah, I'm lost, man. I'm completely lost as to what's going on, dude. People forget other people, people get lost, people die. You don't even see them die. They talk about the bodies as if they were strangers. A body falls from somewhere. It's just like a body drops. All right, maybe Victoria is still in the dining room at 17. Said, stay here and finish your breakfast. Nope. And I already tried Martha going up to her room at 17, and she didn't do that, like she said she was gonna. Maybe it took her a while. She's old. Maybe it took her to 18 to do it. No. Yeah, the timeline skipping around is fucking... It's rough trying to figure out what happened. Because you're skipping around in time, and it's... Ugh. And Thornton dies at 8. Oops. Oops. No, at 7 he's here. It seems like he found a body. Well, I never. He's really dead. Oh, I think he's talking about... He's talking about Mr. Galley. The one that no one knows, apparently. Rupert Galley, yeah. And then he dies during a thunderclap. And then they find him. And no one seems to remember him because he's dead. I guess dead people don't get remembered. For some reason. Okay, so we don't know where Oswald is for 1 and 2. Oh, he's in his room at 2. Where the fuck is he before that?
Hello again. I'm sorry I haven't been here for you. I hope you don't mind the news.
He's talking to the house.
I know it's not what you would have wanted.
I think.
I imagine I'm a lot older now than you'd remember. But I like to think that if you were around today, we'd still have a lot in common.
Or not. What? Who? What?
I don't much remember the child I was back then. But you would help to remind me, I'm sure. I don't know if you're still around.
Eleanor,
I don't know
yeah.
if you still care about an old fool like me.
Yeah.
But
his sister.
I miss you.
Okay, so where do you think he is at 1 then? In the chapel? No, he doesn't make it to the chapel. He's looking for the key to the chapel. So we have him 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, yeah, there's people unaccounted for at 1. You think he'd be at the entrance? Nope. So at 1, he traveled after 1. He went to his room. Is Tony in his room at 1? Nope. Who else is unaccounted for? Martha. No, I'm just guessing here now. I'm trying to fill in the gaps of this timeline here. God damn, dude. Yeah, I feel like I need to set this down. Oh, Graham, 53 months, and I fucking missed it like 30 minutes ago. What a dick. Thank you, Graham, for the resub. Sorry, my head's just... Probably easier to follow the green clues. That's what I'm saying, Seastrengard. Like, I'm not getting the clues a lot of times. Like, there are 4 different scenes that come from this, and I don't know a single one, apparently.
Hi, my name is my name is what? My name is Coco.
I thought Martha went up to her room, but she didn't. I thought Victoria stayed to have breakfast, but she didn't. Why don't you finish your breakfast and I'll go and check my bedroom upstairs and make sure none of the furniture has been damaged. Martha leaves. My bedroom upstairs. Or this one. Vic and I were just... what? Were they still in the room at 10? Vic and Damien in Vic's room at 10. Just Damien. How about just Vic? Nope. Yeah. They mentioned that someone made a mess. Were some people in there earlier? Yes, there were some people. Some people in there earlier. Some people! I know that! Goodness me, someone's left a mess. It could be all of these people. Who's not dead? Thornton's dead. Eve's dead. Oswald, Eddie, Damien, and Helen.
This someone left a sub.
It could be any, all of them, one of them. That's a great hint. Were some people in there earlier? Okay, so 3, 6, and 9. Okay, sure. Ellen's dead too, isn't she?
Do as I say. Stand up and place your hands on your head.
Oh, good morning to you too, Eddie. Is that thing real?
Of course it's real. I'm serious. Stand
Toxic science, take of the 16 months.
I'm afraid I'm just in the middle of having my breakfast, Eddie. In fact, my two friends and I were just talking here a moment ago.
It's over, Oswald. I'm not giving you another chance.
I remember when you were younger, you used to call me Uncle. I suppose we're past that now, are we?
This house belongs to my family. You have no right to come here.
Put the gun down, boy. Threatening me isn't going to make this go away.
I told you to stand up! Don't make me say it again!
Let me finish my breakfast.
Stand up! Put your hands on your head! We're going to go downstairs to the kitchen. Understand?
There you are. Yeah, they only animate the standing poses. "16, kitchen, Eddie, Oswald." Yeah. Oh, all 8, 9, 10, 11 are all dead. So it's Oswald, Eddie, and Tony, John. Okay, John. How about John and Tony? How about just Tony? Are they not going to the kitchen? Oh, I didn't even notice Annie. Annie and John. We're brute forcing this. Annie, John, and Tony. Holy fuck, they're all there.
Get into the pantry.
Please, don't kill me.
Be quiet.
Thank you, Y-Ray, with 68
into the
months.
pantry.
I found him. He's in here.
No need to worry. Everything's under control.
Where's Oswald? Is he all right?
I'm in here. Can you hear me?
What the hell are you doing, Eddie? Get him out of there!
Hey! That's my gun! How did you get that?
Look, I'm sorry about what's happened. But everything's going to be normal from now on, I promise.
You don't know what you're dealing with. You need to let him out of there. He's the only one who knows what's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, because none of us do.
If these things keep happening, then we can let him out. But I promise you they won't.
You don't understand.
Give me back my gun!
I'm keeping it. I'm sorry, but this is my house and I need to take control. You can have it back when you leave.
I'm not leaving until I find out what's going on here.
Are you mad?
Let's all keep our heads here. This sounds like a sensible idea to me. We keep him in there
Who
until...
the hell are you?
Look, like it or not, I'm the one with the gun. And I'm going to hold on to the pantry key myself, so don't try anything funny. Annie, where's your sister? I need to talk to her.
Find her yourself.
Great.
Wait, before you go. If anyone finds something new, or needs to get everyone's attention, play the piano in the living room. We'll all meet there. Does that sound all right?
Perfect. Sounds great, bud.
All of us except Oswald.
Sure. Nothing will happen anyway.
You're making a mistake, Eddie.
Just leave me alone. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Is he gone? What the hell was that about? Hobbs, I need to tell you something.
What's that?
I remembered. I remember where I met Martha.
Oh? Where?
At her wedding. I was there at her wedding. Ask her who she married.
Huh. Right. I'll go and ask her that.
He's gone, Oswald. Are you all right?
I'm fine, my dear. Now, come close, both of you. We need to talk.
We can hear you, Oswald. Tell us what happened.
Oh, it was awful. Do you know, I don't think I've ever been inside this pantry before.
We heard a gunshot.
It wasn't aimed at me. I'm perfectly happy here. In any case,
I'm
the
perfectly
owners of
happy
this house
here.
will get what's coming to them.
What do you mean? Can you tell us what's going on?
I lived in this house for a long time, my dear. I never saw anything like this.
We think that maybe what's happening can't be explained by physical means. Would you agree?
I think that much is clear. The next step, of course,
Good.
is to figure out
We've admitted that.
what caused all this. And I have my suspicions.
You think this is about the current owners? That doesn't make sense. They've lived here since I was young, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Maybe it's something to do with the pocket watch?
Yeah!
It could have
It
belonged...
looks too new.
Well, I don't know, do I? It's got to have some reason to be here. Who put it in a box and wrote Rupert on it? Someone must know something.
I'm not aware of any history of a pocket watch. That also doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity.
Do you know anything about supernatural activity?
I've never encountered it so directly before, I suppose.
Look, clearly someone's done something that set all this off. And there aren't that many people it could be.
Isn't it more likely that you caused all this when you dropped that doll? Damn it! I told you to stop and you didn't, you idiot! Look where that's got us.
Anne, I swear...
There's only one place I can think of that might hold the answers.
The chapel.
Where?
The chapel. But I'm afraid the only key is in here with me.
The old chapel? Can't we just break in?
You could try. So long as you don't fear the consequences.
Quiet. I hear voices.
It's just whoever's in the room above, Anne. Don't scare me like that.
It sounds like they're arguing. I should check she's all right.
Wait, what should we do about Oswald?
Well, Eddie has the key. Listen, go upstairs and look under my pillow. There's something there we can use to convince him.
Anne...
Just go and wait up in the attic. I'll come and meet you there afterwards. I won't be long.
Okay. And that's where we're going to call it for the day. Yeah. I think we're going to come back to this tomorrow. See if we like it still. Yeah. Weird, man. It's also, I mean, at least they admitted that it's supernatural, timey-wimey ghosts and fucking goblins and fucking shit. Which makes me feel better about not understanding it a little bit, but I still don't understand what's going on. But, yeah. We'll plug away at this tomorrow. Okay? But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for more Incident in Galley House. I'm intrigued to see where this goes. I hope it has a satisfying ending. Most people who said they finished it said they really enjoyed it. So I'm ready to come back around to like, oh, getting it, I get it. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, all right, but I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow.
Until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.